we're in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 12 o'clock on Friday, the 20th of June, and a sunny one at that. I'm Tom Harwood.
And I'm Emily Carver.
Now, it's a momentous day for the country this afternoon. MPs will vote on the assisted dying bill for the final time. Today's crunch vote is on a knife edge, with last-minute defections and a number of Labour MPs claiming the bill has been weakened. In a GB News exclusive interview ahead of the vote, our political correspondent Catherine Forster sits down with Robert Jenrick in one of his most candid interviews yet.
I'm going to be voting against it because it's riddled with holes. Let me explain some of the problems. An anorexic patient would be able to take their own life without even telling their family members.
A momentous decision for MPs here, the biggest change to society potentially for decades. Here in Parliament Square, there are hundreds of people, both for and against. The vote could be very tight. We will have it at around 2 o'clock. I'll bring you more details shortly.
This really is a life or death vote today. That debate is currently underway in the House of Commons. Labour MP Kim Leadbeater has said the assisted dying bill will offer a compassionate and safe choice to terminally ill people who want to make it. Others say very different. We'll have the latest.
And our reporter Charlie Peters is in Newcastle, speaking to historic victims of grooming gangs as the police probe potential criminal activity still taking place.
Well, Nadine is speaking out for the first time as GB News can reveal that there are active grooming gang cases being investigated by Northumbria Police. Nadine's investigation collapsed in years gone by. She now wants the National Crime Agency to take a lead in the North East.
And Palestine Action has broken into Britain's largest Air Force base, RAF Brize Norton, where the group has damaged 2 military aircrafts. The organisation says they're taking direct action to intervene in what they claim is a Gaza genocide. But what should be done?
And I can't believe they're making me say this. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Yes, temperatures across the UK are soaring, with a peak of 33 degrees expected, hotter even than Istanbul.
Woohoo.
But how will you be enjoying the sunshine?
Well, here in Stratford-upon-Avon, we've rented a boat and we're out on the river, spending our times with all the swans and the ducks. We've been speaking to people today to find out how they've been spending it too.
And from one rower to another, you're not going to want to miss this. We'll be joined by the British brothers who are raising money by being the first people to row across the Pacific Ocean. Sounds absolutely mad. They'll be joining us live from their boat.
Now, some breaking news to bring you. Just coming in to us, the US and the UK and Israeli authorities are working together to provide charter flights out of Tel Aviv, and British nationals in the country should register their presence with the Foreign Office, Downing Street has said.
Yes, that's interesting because there's been some criticism, hasn't there, that our government hasn't, kicked into action speedily enough. We'll bring you more on that after the headlines with Sophia.
Emily, thank you. Very good afternoon. It's just gone 12 o'clock. These are your latest headlines. Top story today, MPs are debating one of the most controversial pieces of legislation in recent years, the Assisted Dying Bill. Proposed by Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, the bill would give terminally ill adults in England and Wales the right to end their own lives if they have less than 6 months to live. Speaking in the third reading this morning, Kim Leadbeater acknowledged that people have different views, but said that the bill will offer a compassionate and safe choice to those who want to make it. You're seeing live pictures from inside the House of Commons on your screen now. Protesters, including bereaved families and celebrities, alongside those in favour of the bill, are all gathering outside of Parliament ahead of the vote this afternoon.
A friend of mine had his dog put down.
It was over in minutes and the dog was wagging its tail, and I just thought, why are we treating our animals with such compassion? And then somebody that's asking to be put out of her pain and her trauma, we can't do anything for her. That's when I realised that the way the law stands is wrong. We're keeping people alive against their wishes because the law says we should. I don't think that's right.
The Prime Minister has said that the vandalism at RAF Bryce Norton was a disgrace, and the Ministry of Defence have strongly condemned the protests from the pro-Palestine group overnight, damaging 2 military aircraft. Members of Palestine Action broke into RAF Bryce Norton with electric scooters and sprayed red paint into the engine of an aircraft. Palestine Action says that the activists have, quote, interrupted Britain's direct participation in the commission of genocide and war crimes across the Middle East. This incident follows the recent escalating tensions between Israel and Iran. And in the last few minutes, we've learnt that UK and Israeli authorities are working to provide chartered flights out of Tel Aviv, according to Downing Street. And this comes as British, French and German foreign ministers will hold talks with their Iranian counterparts in Geneva today as part of an effort to end the mentioned Israel-Iran conflict. Foreign Secretary David Lammy will meet Iran's foreign minister following continued strikes overnight in the Middle East and tense talks in Washington, when Mr Lammy met with the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. US President Donald Trump says a window for negotiations does remain open, but he'll decide on deploying American forces within the next 2 weeks. Mr Lammy says his priority is clear: stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon and avoid all-out regional war. Now, GB News can reveal Northumbria Police is actively investigating reports of grooming gangs operating in Newcastle. Compelling evidence and testimony has been shared as victims come forward, including one survivor whose case collapsed due to police errors.
I do want the National Crime Agency to investigate abuse in Newcastle, because even though it's not the biggest city, it's happening really badly, and there's probably a lot of survivors out there who might be able to reach out if they haven't said anything. I do want my case to be reopened and investigated, because these men, I just know that they will be involved in doing what they did to me still to this day.
Guinness says she supports a national inquiry and wants the region's voice to be heard as calls for accountability continue to grow. And Coldplay is turning plastic waste into music, reissuing 9 albums on vinyl made from recycled bottles. The so-called eco records cut emissions by 85%, and each LP is crafted from around 9 used bottles. The band's label calls it a new standard for sustainable sound, as Coldplay doubles down on their environmental mission. And if you're in the UK, I'm sure you've noticed, it is rather warm. Well, the UK recorded its hottest day of the year yesterday, with temperatures expected to hit that 32-degree mark again today. An amber heat health alert does remain in place across all of England until Monday morning. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More from me in just under half an hour, but now it's back to Emily and Tom.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 7 minutes past midday. Now, Parliament is facing the final vote on the assisted dying bill today, which could see it clear the House of Commons and move to the Lords, or fall away and fail completely.
And if it fails completely, that will be it for a number of years, won't it? It won't appear before Parliament again for, well, God knows how long.
Well, this iteration of it certainly will, and it's likely that there won't then be the political impetus to raise it again, certainly in this Parliament. I mean, there's always the chance that something might happen later on, but I feel talking to people in and around Westminster, it does feel that this is going to be the crunch moment that will settle it for some time to come.
Will the Lords acquiesce to the various changes that have been made to the bill? Will they send it through if it goes through?
Well, the Lords see themselves as a revising chamber, but it's hard to say whether they will. I think it's unlikely that they would change it in a great substantial form.
It's a very passionate issue, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, has been following it all for us. Catherine, hearing that actually this vote could be on a knife edge, I know people often say that before a crunch vote like this on such a major issue, but there are a lot of Labour MPs, it seems, who are switching sides.
Yes, there are, and good afternoon both. Well, I've literally just come across from the House of Commons chamber where I've been watching the debate, and something that has struck me is when this was voted on last autumn, there was a majority in favour of assisted dying of 55. It looks like that number will be significantly smaller. We don't know if it's going to go through or not. And a number of MPs making quite extraordinarily passionate speeches. Diane Abbott talking about coming to Parliament to be a voice for the voiceless, saying that the most vulnerable are put at risk by this bill. Naz Shah, she's another Labour MP. She's been on the committee that has been working on this bill. She's had a small victory in that Kim Leadbeater hasn't accepted an amendment of hers to mean that if you just stop eating or drinking, you can't qualify. But she was absolutely blistering about this, saying that there is still a loophole that anorexics could end up taking an assisted death. Now, I interviewed the Shadow Justice Secretary, Robert Jenrick, about why he is opposing the bill. Let's have a look at some of what he had to say.
I'm going to be voting against it because it's riddled with holes. Let me explain some of the problems. An anorexic patient would be able to take their own life without even telling their family members. You've got the protections that were supposed to be in the bill through the High Court, where our judges would have a say, which I thought were totally impractical from the beginning. They've now been stripped out altogether, so there is no protection like that. And then you come to the fundamental challenge, which I think any doctor would agree with, which is it's just so difficult to predict with any accuracy how long people have to live at the end of their lives. I know this from my own personal experience, where my grandmother was diagnosed with a terminal illness. She was given just a short while to live. In fact, we were lucky to have her in our lives for almost 10 years after that. And so what I worry about this bill is it's going to end people's lives prematurely.
He also told me that as things stand, an anorexic person could get assisted dying, and the first that their relatives would know about it was when they got the call after that person had died. And this is inevitably going to happen if it's passed, because people will not have to tell their loved ones. So it's extraordinarily emotional. I was also on Parliament Square talking to people. You saw the gentleman with the hat. His wife had suffocated, he said, even with the best palliative care. So we do not know how this is going to go. Kim Leadbeater, whose private member's bill this is, says that these has the most robust safeguards in the world. Rebecca Wilcox, Esther Ransom's daughter, is watching this debate. Of course, it's because the Prime Minister made a promise to Esther Ranson, who is terminally ill with lung cancer, that there would be time for a debate in Parliament, that this is happening. We don't know what the result is. Plenty of MPs, Sarah Olney from the Lib Dems in particular, highlighting that the ministers in charge of implementing it are not in favour, that the bodies representing physicians, psychiatrists, pathologists are against it too. And James Cleverly, Conservative MP, saying, look, we've got to vote on not the principle of assisted dying, but the bill that is in front of us.
Catherine, you've been there all day. You've seen the campaigners outside the House of Commons. You've been in there in the chamber, getting a sense of what it's like on those green benches. I know this is an incredibly difficult thing to do, but if you had to guess which way it's going to go in the next 2 hours' time, how would you say this bill will fall this afternoon?
I think it's going to be very tight. Judging by the amendments that were voted on earlier, most of them went through with quite healthy majorities. There was one that basically would have prevented people from accessing assisted dying, primarily because they felt a burden. That was rejected. So if this goes through, people will be able to end their life because they feel they're a burden, or they want to save their families money if they're old and they're going into a care home. Looking at that, looking at those numbers, that would suggest to me that this is going to pass. But there is a caveat. There's lots of MPs that are not in the chamber. There's lots of Conservative MPs not there. There's many MPs from other parties not there yet, who will no doubt be there for the crucial vote. So looking at the numbers so far, I would say it's likely to pass, but I think that could still change.
Catherine Forster, thank you so much. Please do bring us updates throughout the show. It really could be a crunch vote, a very close vote. I'm interested to get your views on this. I know it's something that really divides people, and people often feel very passionately either way, that it's either their right to end their life as they see fit, or you worry about the loss of the sanctity of life, the safeguards, the potential pressure that people might feel. Psychiatrists, doctors might get it wrong. It's a tricky one.
No, and it does absolutely divide the country. But we're going to move on for a moment now, because GB News can reveal that Northumbria Police is investigating what could be active grooming gangs operating in Newcastle.
Yes, this comes as a victim told GB News that she wants the national inquiry announced a week ago by the Prime Minister to take over the investigation in the city.
Well, we're joined now by GB News national reporter Charlie Peters, who's up there in Newcastle for us. Charlie, what can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Emily and Tom. And yes, Nadine, not her real name, is speaking out for the first time, because GB News can reveal that a chief inspector in Northumbria Police has engaged locals looking at intelligence being assessed by their exploitation unit about possible grooming gang activity, particularly in the West End of this city. But Nadine has spoken to us because she has concerns, as Northumbria Police committed some grave errors when investigating her own abuse. Last decade, her investigation collapsed because there were errors in recording and gathering evidence. So she's spoken to GB News and said that she wants the National Crime Agency to take a lead on these ongoing investigations. She doesn't think that Northumbria Police can engage with this issue properly. We've also heard from Kim McGuinness, the mayor for the North East Combined Authority. She's told us that she wants the national inquiry into grooming gangs announced this week to come to the North East, and they will engage with it as well. But let's hear from Nadine about her story, because it started here in the Monument area of Newcastle. She was just a little girl, but she came here after leaving school, and she was picked up by gangs, and ruthless exploitation started from there.
We had got the bus to the location, and pretty much as soon as I was in that flat, I was attacked. There was other males that got involved, and back then I didn't know they were linked with the people from beforehand, but they were all linked and they all knew each other, which I didn't know. And there was men in and out of this male's flat, and I was there pretty much all the time. My parents were ringing the police, and not a great lot was getting done. The police weren't even coming out.
There was an investigation, but
yeah,
it all collapsed because even years later, they didn't do the right thing.
It was really bad for me. It might sound extreme, but I was fighting for my life around them times. I was told by the police with an apology that was because evidence wasn't stored correctly, and there wasn't enough evidence. That was basically all I was told.
Are you worried that the police officers who failed you then are investigating those problems today?
Yes. I do feel like it's just going to keep collapsing and collapsing and keep happening, and like, unfortunately it's a horrible thing, but like, I don't want what I went through to happen to any more people.
The government said that they want the National Crime Agency to lead investigations into grooming gangs across the country. Do you want that to happen in Newcastle?
Yeah, I do want the National Crime Agency to investigate abuse in Newcastle, because even though it's not the biggest city, it's happening really badly, and there's probably a lot of survivors out there who might be able to reach out if they haven't said anything. I do want my case to be reopened and investigated, because these men, I just know that they will be involved in doing what they did to me still to this day.
The mayor of the North East has told us that she wants Newcastle to contribute to the inquiry. Do you want that to happen?
Yeah, I feel like I know there's a lot of cases of the grooming gang scandal in bigger parts of the country, but it's a big thing that's happened for years.
Well, Nadine there, so brave, speaking out for the first time about those non-recent failures that she endured, decades of waiting for justice, decades of justice still denied. And last night we were in the West End of Newcastle. You'd have seen some of that footage during that interview with a whistleblower who has shared a lot of information with us. And as we were moving through the West End, they were just pointing out so many locations where there have known to be historic cases going on there, but also more concerning locations where alleged ongoing group-based abuse has been happening. And we've been speaking to more survivors just like Nadine, who aren't just from the 2000s or the last decade, but who fear ongoing activity today. And that's why Northumbria Police are engaging in that live intelligence gathering investigation.
OK, well, Charlie Peters, thanks indeed for bringing us all of that. And whenever you hear a survivor, you just can't help but think, what bravery. So thank you, Charlie, for bringing us those words in that interview.
Absolutely. I mean, we are going to be discussing something a little later on, aren't we, about how certain definitions of Islamophobia that could be coming through, that Angela Rayner's in charge of, isn't she, could actually impact those survivors coming out, or indeed whether they will come out.
Right.
Because within the 2018 definition, some of these definitions that they've drawn up in the past, talking about grooming gangs was seen as a racist stereotype.
I mean, it's just extraordinary. Had there been a legal definition of Islamophobia 5 years ago, would what has happened over the course of the last few years actually have taken place?
Yeah, would these victims have been too fearful to come out because they could have been called racist or Islamophobic?
Well, we should say that a Northumbria Police spokesperson has said that tackling child sexual exploitation is a priority for Northumbria Police. We are absolutely committed to supporting victims and survivors, ensuring that they are listened to and treated with empathy, compassion and respect. We would encourage anyone who has been the victim of any form of abuse, no matter when it took place, to come forward.
Well, this is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. We've got lots more coming up on today's show. Yes, we're all feeling hot, 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 aren't we? Temperatures across the UK are soaring, a peak of 33 degrees expected, hotter than Istanbul. How will you be enjoying the sun? Let us know.
But after the break, Palestine action has broken into the largest Air Force base in Britain, RAF Prize Norton, and they've damaged 2 military aircrafts. The organisation says they're taking direct action to intervene in what they claim is a Gaza genocide.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Dubes & Co. Weekdays from 6 p.m.
You have to tackle gross levels of inequality. Now, this is not about being... It's not about fairness or the politics of envy. It's about saying we need more money in average people's pockets so they can go out and spend. What's happening is a lot of people are spending all their money on rent and mortgages.
So you want to take money off rich people and give it to poorer people?
Yeah, but obviously, when I say rich, who do you imagine?
No, well, I don't know, because I'm not proposing it. You tell me.
So for me, I'm not talking about those who've done quite well. those who've grown their businesses. I'm talking about the billionaire class and the corporations. And I don't want to look at increasing income taxes necessarily. It should be about a wealth tax, because if we don't do anything about it, it's going to get worse. Now, what's interesting what you said about benefits, I know there's this pervasive idea. I just want to make that point quickly.
Finish this point. She's about to spontaneously combust, but hang on. Go on, finish your point.
There is this pervasive idea that, well, we need to cut benefits to force people into work. And you can understand the logic there. It makes sense, right? What's interesting is in Denmark, they have a higher labour rate of participation, which a fancy phrase of more working age people are in work than the UK. In 2022, it was like 80%, 2024, 75%. Look at the UK, only 53% of people in work, yet Denmark have a far higher or far generous welfare state.
Well, we've had a lot of cheap labour that has come in, which haven't. That's taken the levels of earnings down at times, and that's left.
I disagree with that.
Left. Well, just let me finish. And that's left a lot of people who already live here, basically lounging on the sofa and thinking, well, my benefits are great. Why should I get out of bed? Why should I get out of bed for another 20 quid a week? And we've got to get rid of that mentality, because it's the same people
using anecdotes here. You're not looking at the facts.
People
I've told you the
seem
facts.
to be contributing to this economy year in and year out, and a lot of them are actually older.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Well, good afternoon, Britain. It's 25 minutes past 12. It's a beautiful, sunny Friday afternoon. So join us, because pro-Palestine protesters are up to no good. They've broken into RAF Bryce Norton and they've damaged 2 military aircraft.
Well, this group, which described themselves as Palestine Action, they justified their actions, saying that Britain continues to send military cargo and flies spy planes over Gaza.
Right, OK. Well, the scenes posted on social media earlier today have been branded disgraceful by Sir Keir Starmer, and Nigel Farage has gone further, calling for them to be a proscribed terror group.
Well, we can now speak with the former Labour MP, now member of the House of Lords, of course, Lord Walney. Lord Walney, thanks so much for joining us on this. What do you think should now happen to this group? I mean, this is an incredibly serious thing, breaking into a secure military compound.
It is. I mean, there are clear questions for the RAF and the MOD, and there's going to need to be a significant inquiry into how this breach happened. But Palestine Action have been carrying out operations like this for years now, and they've been targeting defence companies and any company that spirals off into their mind, often really tangentially, to in some way supporting Israel's war effort. And this is terrorising workers, and it is undermining Britain's national security. So there is a clear case for prescribing this organisation on the definitions within the Terrorism Act. But you know what? That's often a finely judged decision for ministers, and I can understand why they want to amass evidence before they actually decide to make that call. The evidence is stacking up, but even if they were not to be prescribed as a terrorist group, there are things that can be done to ban them from being able to operate and brazenly broadcast out their crimes as something that they're actually proud of.
Well, that's the thing, Lord Walney. That's the thing. It's so brazen. Posting with pride all over social media the criminal activity that you've literally just undertaken, and presumably they think that nothing's going to happen to them, that the law isn't going to keep up with them. And also, sorry, Lord Walney.
Well, yes, that's right. The deterrent effect for Palestine Action is clearly not there at the moment. And for the vast majority of people looking at it, they'll be thinking, why on earth is this organisation allowed to operate? You know, why can it openly have social media accounts? where it, as you say, it live streams sometimes the operations, and on this it's put out the footage itself. Why is it able to raise money? Why is it able to freely open and organise? It will be quite simple for the government to stop that happening, even if they didn't go the whole hog of designating them as a terrorist organisation. One of the recommendations in my recent review is that organisations like this that are clearly using systematic criminality to try to effect change should be subject to those kind of restrictions.
Well, this is the incredibly frustrating thing. Again, I mean, these people are absolutely public about what they do. They appear on podcasts, they go to literary festivals, they talk about what... And then they break into secure military compounds, the sorts of things that, when I was growing up, I was told, oh, don't go into that military compound, they'll shoot you. Well, apparently not. I mean, this is extraordinary, but perhaps what is more extraordinary is the statement put out by the Prime Minister around an hour or so ago, where he tweeted, "The act of vandalism committed at RAF Brize Norton is disgraceful. Our armed forces represent the very best of Britain and put their lives on the line for us every day. It's our responsibility to support those who defend us." I mean, fine, but he doesn't say what's actually going to happen. No. I mean, it seems like he's just said, well, this is a bad thing, and that there is no consequence. What do you expect there will there be discussions going on in Number 10 about what to do?
Yeah, I think there will be. I know that at political and ministerial level, there has been concern about Palestine action for a long time now. It was one of the focuses of my review, as I say, and there has been this increasing drumbeat of criminal and sometimes violent action from this group. My sense, my hope is that that this is so brazen today and is so high profile a breach that it will accelerate those conversations. You know, being charitable to the Prime Minister and his social media operator, they probably didn't want to get ahead of those, but I am urging the government now to act and to act quickly to make clear to the public and
Lord
to
Warney,
others
sorry,
who are watching
we're just running out of time, so I'll just put to you what they say they're doing, right? OK, so they say that they're interrupting Britain's direct participation in the commission of genocide and war crimes across the Middle East. They presumably believe, unless they're just thugs, believe that what they're doing is of some kind of moral virtue. Is there any truth to what they're saying about how these military aircraft could be used in the Middle East for purposes of killing innocent people?
Well, my understanding is that the aircraft that were targeted have nothing to do with any campaign in Israel, and that has been the case for the vast majority of the sites that have been targeted by Palestine Action. They're just breaking into factories, to insurance offices, terrorising workers, sometimes violently attacking them, while often having made up in their heads. I mean, they may believe it, they may not, but a link with Israel, which just does not exist. Even if it did exist, it would be entirely inappropriate and unacceptable for them to have taken this. But often they are wrong even on that assertion.
Just factually incorrect. Anyway, Lord Warney, thank you very much. We should say that we have reached out to Palestine Action. We await their response. Lord Warney, they're a former independent advisor to the government on political violence and disruption, and of course a former Labour MP and now peer.
Now, this is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Plenty more to come on today's programme. Indeed, you're not going to want to miss this. We're going to be joined by the British brothers who are raising money by being the first people to row across the Pacific Ocean. Yes, row across the Pacific Ocean. They'll be joining us live from their rowing boat.
It's about 8,000 miles or something. Anyway, after the break, feeling hot, hot, hot. Yes, temperatures across the United Kingdom are soaring, a peak of 33 degrees. Expected a little later on, hotter than Istanbul, we're told. How will you be enjoying the sun if you are? That's after these headlines.
Very good afternoon. It's just gone 12:30. These are your latest headlines. Top story today, MPs are debating one of the most controversial pieces of legislation in recent years, the Assisted Dying Bill. Proposed by Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, the bill would give terminally ill adults in England and Wales the right to end their own lives if they have less than 6 months to live. Speaking in the third reading this morning and into the afternoon, Kim Leadbeater acknowledged that people have different views, but said the bill will offer a compassionate and safe choice to those who want to make it. Protesters, including bereaved families and celebrities, alongside those in favour of the bill, are gathering outside Parliament ahead of the vote this afternoon.
A friend of mine had his dog put down. It was over in minutes and the dog was wagging its tail, and I just thought, why are we treating our animals with such compassion? And then somebody that's asking to be put out of her pain and her trauma, we can't do anything for her. That's when I realised that the way the law stands is wrong. We're keeping people alive against their wishes because the law says we should. I don't think that's right.
The Prime Minister has branded the act of vandalism at RAF Brize Norton disgraceful. This was after members of Palestine Action broke into the RAF base with electric scooters and sprayed red paint into the engine of an aircraft. Palestine Action say the activists have, quote, interrupted Britain's direct participation in the commission of genocide and war crimes across the Middle East. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has called for the group to be prescribed as a terror organisation. Meanwhile, British authorities are scrambling to provide charter flights to evacuate UK citizens from Israel. Downing Street urged Britons in the region to register their presence with the Foreign Office as the Prime Minister calls on all sides to reach a diplomatic outcome. Today, Foreign Secretary David Lammy will meet Iran's Foreign Minister following continued strikes overnight in the Middle East and tense talks in Washington, where Mr Lammy met US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. US President Trump says a window for negotiation remains open, but he'll decide on deploying American forces within the next 2 weeks. GBNews can reveal that Northumbria Police is actively investigating reports of grooming gangs operating in Newcastle. Compelling evidence and testimony has been shared as victims come forward, including one survivor whose case collapsed due to police errors.
I want the National Crime Agency to investigate abuse in Newcastle because even though it's not the biggest city, it's happening really badly, and there's probably a lot of survivors out there who might be able to reach out if they haven't said anything. I do want my case to be reopened and investigated because these men, I just know that they will be involved in doing what they did to me still to this day.
East Mayor Kim McGuinness says she supports a national inquiry and wants the region's voice to be heard as calls for accountability continue to grow. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More at the top of the hour, but first, let's check in on the markets.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Done. My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Here's a quick snapshot of the markets this afternoon. The pound will buy you $1.349 and 1.171 euros. The price of gold is £2,485.48 per ounce, and the FTSE 100's at 8,833 points.
Done. My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's a sunny and hot day widely across the country. Some patchy cloud, not entirely blue skies, and that patchy cloud giving the odd thundery downpour. We've seen 1 or 2 drops of rain across southwestern parts earlier on. They are tending to move northeastwards as high pressure drifts to the east and extends hot air nationwide, and so it's not just the south where we'll see the warm sunshine during the rest of Friday. It's across much of the UK. Cloudier skies for the Northern Isles, far northwest of Scotland, but otherwise it's simply sunny skies across the board, and with that very strong June sunshine, temperatures reaching the mid to high 20s across northern Scotland through to Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, and in some spots 30 or 31 Celsius. Now, for one or two areas, there's the likelihood of a thundery shower or two, particularly through the Grampians as we end the afternoon and go into the evening, or perhaps through northeast England. But these will be very isolated. For the vast majority, it's a dry and bright end to the day. And look at the temperatures. This is at 6 p.m, 29 Celsius still there for Birmingham. Widely the mid to high 20s clinging on into the evening. And even after the sun goes down, despite the clear skies, we're going to see that warm air stay with us, and as a result it's going to be an uncomfortable night for sleeping. Some patchy cloud here and there, and again a few showers potentially towards the southwest, but for the vast majority it is a clear and dry night, and temperatures in one or two spots, for example Cardiff, not dropping below 20 Celsius. That gets us off to a very warm start to Saturday. It's not going to be entirely sunny. There will be areas of cloud in the west, a humid feel in the west. Plenty of sunshine further east, though, and with that sunshine, temperatures reaching the 32 to 34 range. And elsewhere, as those temperatures rise, the risk of some severe thunderstorms developing.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. In North Lincolnshire, roadworks closed the eastbound entry slip at junction 4 of the M180. In Knowsley, barrier repairs closed lanes on the M62 westbound exit slip at junction 6. Derbyshire drivers on the M1 northbound between junctions 24 and 25 face roadworks, with 3 lanes shut. Worcestershire's M42 northbound entry slip at its M5 south connection is fully closed. Hertfordshire's M25 anti-clockwise between junctions 17 and 16 has 3 lanes shut. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's now 20 minutes to 1 o'clock, and if you're out and about today, you might have noticed it's getting a little hot outside.
And if you are out and about, I hope you're listening to us on the radio.
Absolutely, in your convertible car with the roof down.
Ooh,
It's the most glamorous thing to do on a Friday afternoon.
I don't know, I'm a bit Bridget Jones whenever I've done that, which isn't many a time.
But
the
you know,
hair... You end up looking like the back end of a bush.
It's funny you mention Bridget Jones, though, because you know someone who certainly hasn't done anything at all Bridget Jones-like at all today is our very own intrepid reporter, Jack Carson, who I'm delighted to say joins us from Stratford-upon-Avon. Jack, how are you getting on in that boat?
Oxford and Cambridge, eat your heart out. Honestly, I'm coming for them all. This is. I've got the hang of this now. I think I've got the hang of this. We're on the beautiful River Avon as these amber heatwave warnings all across England today. Friday today meant to be being the cooler day in the week, but we're still going to hit around 28 degrees here in Stratford-upon-Avon. But it's more further south when you get to the likes of London that hit just under 32 yesterday. Probably going to hit, that figure again this weekend, and of course lots of places around the country as well going to be qualifying for heatwave status when they get 3 days in a row of those above average temperatures. But we've been speaking to Nick Birch. He runs Avon Boating, whose beautiful boat he's given us to come and have a bit of a row on this afternoon. He spoke to us earlier on about how business is doing in these beautiful summer months.
The summer months are our peak period, obviously, because that's when people come down to enjoy themselves. We've been here for a long time, been hiring boats out since the Victorian period. We've still got a lot of the same old boats. Traditional boats, whether it's rowing boats, punts, canoes, and our modern electric boats you can probably see behind us. So we hope we got something for everyone to enjoy a little outing on the river. We give people tuition, we find out what they know. You can come never having been on a boat before. We show people what to do, give them some guidance, help them out on the river. It's not about how far you go, it's about enjoying yourself. You don't have to be an expert.
Oh gosh.
Well, I'm hoping we don't have a bit of a Titanic here, because we're heading back towards the bridge, and our poor cameraman is trying to steer the boat as well, and so we might be in a bit of a situation. But just as I said that I was getting the hang of it, here we are. But I don't think we're going to crash. We've seen some beautiful swans and ducklings on the water as well as plenty of people doing some paddle boarding, and just lots of people enjoying the sunshine as well. Here in Stratford-upon-Avon, with those lovely high temperatures, we are, oh my goodness, we are enjoying the sunshine.
You're doing superbly.
And yeah, I think we're okay.
Oh my God.
Oh
my goodness. Oh, someone's honking you, Jack.
There we go. Honestly, maybe I need some more training.
I think you might do, Jack. I think you might need a tad more training, but you've done a delightful job.
Perhaps it's the best place to be, though, in this harsh sunshine.
That's a good point.
Under the bridge, where you're not in that direct sunlight. Although it does look like you've worked your way free there, Jack. I've just got to ask. You're in Stratford-upon-Avon, of course.
See?
It's the birthplace of Shakespeare. You're enjoying the sunshine. Have you been reading yourself any poetry?
Oh, God, I was reading some Shakespeare earlier, and I'm going to try and... There was something about the sunshine being the honey and against the siege of the wrecking storms, or something like that.
Oh,
something like that. You'll have to come back to me. I did have it earlier. I think that little mishap.
No worries at all about that. Why don't we just say, shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate.
That's
Rough
the
winds
one,
doth
Tom,
shake
that's
the
the
darling
one.
buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a breath.
I can see Jack blushing.
I'll leave that to you. You've got that covered.
OK, Jack Carson, thank you so much. Keep that rowing steady. Don't burn your legs. Have a fabulous day in Stratford-upon-Avon. We'll catch up with you later to see how far you've got down that river.
I thought it was almost very impressive as you were sort of going through that
Going a bit fast.
Right, but sadly a crash. But we're going to get to some more expert rowers in a moment. Yes, still coming up on Good Afternoon Britain. We're going to be joined by the British brothers, who are raising money by being the first people to row across the Pacific Ocean. They'll be joining us live from their rowing boats.
I can't believe they're rowing that distance. Anyway, before we head over to the Pacific, if you're in search of a little bit of holiday sun, here's the forecast.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
The hot air that we've got across the UK on Saturday extends into France and Spain, but the chance of thunderstorms in these areas as well. Also the chance of thundery showers through Greece, but the islands should escape with sunny spells, albeit with a keen breeze. Through Italy, we've got plenty of sunny skies, but the Alps will see some lively weather with showers and thunderstorms, and those showers also affecting parts of Spain. But Portugal seeing largely sunny skies and plenty of sunshine through the outlook period.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our viewers and listeners. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we are in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Well, good afternoon, Britain. It's 12:49 now. Three extraordinary brothers from Scotland, Ewan, Jamie and Lachlan McLean, are in the midst of an epic adventure rowing unsupported across the entire Pacific Ocean in hopes of raising £1 million for clean water projects in Madagascar, 9,000 miles from Peru to Sydney. They're currently 70 days in and have covered 4,000 miles.
What an extraordinary feat. Well, I'm delighted to say that joining us live now from the middle of the Pacific Ocean is one of the world record-breaking rowers, Ewan McLean. Ewan, thanks so much for being up with us in the middle of the night. I know recently you must have passed over the international dateline, so I've literally no idea what day or time it is for you. But first of all, how are you getting on?
We're doing very well. Thank you so much for having us on. Yeah, no, we're very excited to be past the halfway point at this stage, which is a huge morale boost, I must say.
What inspired you to take on this epic journey?
Well, a few years ago we did the Atlantic, it's kind of there's an annual race across the Atlantic Ocean, and we did that, took part, really enjoyed it, raised a good deal of money for charity, and I think that gave us the bug. And that's taken us to the Pacific, which is obviously the biggest one we could have chosen to do next.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to think of how to top the Pacific Ocean, really. This is the largest ocean in the world. We've got a map on screen right now where we can see your live progress across the Pacific Ocean. I mean, it is just a vast, vast amount of nothingness, really. How does it compare to your Atlantic voyage?
In many ways, it's about 3 times the distance. And I guess with that, you've got kind of everything scales. You've obviously got to bring 3 times at least the amount of food. We've taken probably about 750 kilos worth of freeze-dried rations. And I guess that the length of time at sea, you've got to be able to manage your body, making sure you don't kind of have blisters that become unmanageable or kind of pains throughout your body. So it's about the endurance. It's about being able to kind of weather the time at sea, and I think keeping a good attitude, kind of staying positive, and being able to get to the other side without killing your brothers.
Well, yeah. I mean, how are you all getting on? I mean, also talk to us about the conditions. Surely it must be a bit sketchy at times. I mean, are you keeping safe?
Yeah. So, I mean, these boats they're designed to really be able to weather any sort of weather you can throw at it. So we've got all sorts of safety measures to make sure that we're safe from being clipped onto the boat. It'll always roll over. We've got all sorts of alarms and kind of tracking devices and that sort of stuff. But no, morale's high. We're getting on well. Yeah, there's not been any major fallouts other than a couple kind of spats over people eating too much of the peanut butter for their ration for that day. But
oh my God, put me and my siblings in the Pacific Ocean in a boat, and one of them would be overboard.
No, but I gather your brothers are asleep right now, and you're sort of taking it in shifts. I've got to ask, how many more days are you going to be out at sea, do you reckon?
So we're now into day 70, and we anticipate it'll take probably another 50 days.
Wow.
But really, from here to Australia, it's probably you're less kind of confident as to actually how long it's going to take, because you've got all the Pacific Islands, and they can create quite a lot of kind of, I guess, differences and disturbances in the weather patterns. So really, I think the toughest bit of the row is yet to come in terms of weather changing and having to kind of push through different well, probably weather against us and that sort of thing. But hopefully 50 days, that's what we're hoping for.
And Ewan, just very, very quickly, how can people donate if they want to?
Yeah, if you go on to themcleanbrothers.com, you can get all the details there, and we've got a Give Star that we're fundraising for clean water projects in Madagascar. So yeah, that's the place to go.
OK, well, thank you so much, and good luck to you and your brothers. Do stay safe, and I hope you stay friends.
Thank you so much.
By the end of this.
Cheers.
Fantastic stuff. Well, there you go.
Just incredible to think about. I mean, 70 days at sea already, 50 more to go.
Can you imagine us together on a boat for
I don't think we'd last a single day. Well, do stay with us here on Good Afternoon Britain. Much more to come after the break, including that historic vote in the House of Commons on assisted dying.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's a sunny and hot day widely across the country. Some patchy cloud, not entirely blue skies, and that patchy cloud giving the odd thundery downpour. We've seen 1 or 2 drops of rain across southwestern parts earlier on. They are tending to move north-eastwards as high pressure drifts to the east and extends hot air nationwide, and so it's not just the south where we'll see the warm sunshine during the rest of Friday. It's across much of the UK. Cloudier skies for the Northern Isles, far northwest of Scotland, but otherwise it's simply sunny skies across the board, and with that very strong June sunshine, temperatures reaching the mid to high 20s across northern Scotland through to Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, and in some spots 30 or 31 Celsius. Now, for 1 or 2 areas, there's the likelihood of a thundery shower or two, particularly through the Grampians as we end the afternoon and go into the evening, or perhaps through northeast England. But these will be very isolated. For the vast majority, it's a dry and bright end to the day. And look at the temperatures. This is at 6 p.m, 29 Celsius still there for Birmingham. Widely the mid to high 20s clinging on into the evening. And even after the sun goes down, despite the clear skies, we're going to see that warm air stay with us, and as a result it's going to be an uncomfortable night for sleeping. Some patchy cloud here and there, and again a few showers potentially towards the southwest, but for the vast majority it is a clear and dry night, and temperatures in 1 or 2 spots, for example Cardiff, not dropping below 20 Celsius. That gets us off to a very warm start to Saturday. It's not going to be entirely sunny. There will be areas of cloud in the west, a humid feel in the west. Plenty of sunshine further east, though, and with that sunshine, temperatures reaching the 32 to 34 range. And elsewhere, as those temperatures rise, the risk of some severe thunderstorms developing.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
£54,321 cash could be yours. Cash that you could spend however you like. It's like having an extra £1,000 each week for a whole year to play with. Someone is guaranteed to win this amazing amount of cash, so make sure that someone could be you. For another chance to win £54,321 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
On this day, 4 years ago, GB News was born, launching our first live broadcast on June the 13th, 2021. Let's take a look back at some of our earlier memories.
If you've just switched on, a very warm welcome to you. I am Alistair Stewart, and until 3 p.m. this afternoon, I'll be keeping you company, along with friends and, I hope, friendly guests. I hope you'd agree that we've had a strong hour of debate and discussion so far, but there's lots more still to come. GB News is all about you, our viewers. Any burning questions or stories that you think we need to cover, no matter how big or small, we really do want to hear from you.
Well, we can now speak with former GB News presenter Alistair Stewart. Alistair, thank you so much for joining me. Thinking back to 4 years ago, what did you think the channel's prospects were? Did you think it would be a success?
I did. Thank you so much for having me on, and a very happy birthday to you, one of the many brilliant faces, as we call it in the trade, presenting programmes, but also to the absolutely wonderful team of technicians that you've got behind you, making sure that this all gets on air very smoothly. And we've not only hung on in there, but we've now got GB News Radio as well. Online, we're huge. We get quite good numbers on viewing, very, very good numbers on listening, well ahead some of the other competitors. I do remember when Murdoch launched Talk, there were quite a few people in the newsroom who were nervous, not because they were so good, but because Murdoch had so much more money than we did. We've seen them off. They're virtually dead in the water now, and we are thriving, celebrating 4 years of triumphal and brilliant journalism.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 1 o'clock on Friday, the 20th of June. I'm Emily Carver.
And I'm Tom Harwood.
Well, it is an absolutely momentous day for the country. This afternoon, MPs vote on assisted dying for the final time. Today's crunch vote is on a knife edge with last-minute defections and a number of Labour MPs claiming the bill has been drastically weakened. And in a GB News exclusive ahead of the vote, our political correspondent Catherine Forster sits down with Robert Jenrick in one of his most candid interviews yet.
I'm going to be voting against it because it's riddled with holes. Let me explain some of the problems. An anorexic patient would be able to take their own life without even telling their family members.
Well, that debate is currently underway in the House of Commons, and it's an emotive debate with lots of passion on either side. We're going to bring you the very latest as MPs gear up for that crunch vote.
Feelings running very high in Parliament. The vote will be around 2:15 this afternoon. If it goes through, we are watching history being made. It will be the most profound change to society.
Elsewhere, our reporter Charlie Peters, he's in Newcastle speaking to historic victims of grooming gangs as the police probe potential criminal activity that is still taking place.
Elsewhere, Angela Rayner is to announce plans for a radical overhaul of tax. Yes, to stop residents in poorer areas being unfairly asked to pay more for worse services. This is the idea that the South will subsidise the North through council tax. Well, should that happen?
And Sir Stephen Fry has turned on JK Rowling, calling her a lost cause who's been radicalised over her views of transgender people. Is he right?
And it's feeling hot, hot, hot. Temperatures across the UK are soaring with a peak of 33 degrees expected. Now, that's hotter than Istanbul. But how will you be enjoying the sunshine?
Well, I've got myself back on solid ground. After all that excitement in the boat not long ago, I can spot an ice cream truck over there. Amber weather warnings across England for this heat wave as temperatures set to soar to the hottest yet this year.
And it's a hot day at Royal Ascot. It is day 4. The fashion's bold, the racing's fierce, and our royal correspondent Cameron Walker is right at the heart of it.
Yes, the King and Queen have been less disappointed with their first 2 runners at Royal Ascot this week. Is it going to be third time lucky today with their horse Purple Rainbow in the Sandringham Stakes? More details shortly.
Now, it is, of course, the final hour of debate in the House of Commons over assisted dying. Everyone's got a nuanced view. Everyone's got a slightly different view.
Some people don't know what it is.
Really?
Apparently 4 in 10 Brits aren't really sure what assisted dying means. And I think that's fair, actually, because it's very complicated.
Yeah.
It's not an easy one to get your head around, is it?
Perhaps when it's just those 2 words, that would make sense. But I think within a sentence, you can explain it fairly simply. But what do you think about it? gbnews.com/your say. Do get involved. There are the 2 questions today, really. The principle and the practicality of this particular piece of legislation too.
Absolutely. So, it is the headlines with Sophia. We'll be back in a tick.
Emily, thank you. Very good afternoon. It's 3 minutes past 1. These are your latest headlines. Top story today, MPs are debating one of the most controversial pieces of legislation in recent years, the Assisted Dying Bill. Proposed by Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, the bill would give terminally ill adults in England and Wales the right to end their own lives if they have less than 6 months to live. Speaking in the third reading this morning and going into the afternoon, Kim Leadbeater acknowledged that people have different views, but the bill will offer a compassionate and safe choice to those who want to make it. Protesters, including bereaved families and celebrities, alongside those in favour of the bill, are all gathering outside of Parliament ahead of the vote this afternoon.
A friend of mine had his dog put down. It was over in minutes and the dog was wagging its tail, and I just thought, why are we treating our animals with such compassion? And then somebody that's asking to be put out of her pain and her trauma, we can't do anything for her. That's when I realised that the way the law stands is wrong. We're keeping people alive against their wishes because the law says we should. I don't think that's right.
The Prime Minister has branded the act of vandalism at RAF Brize Norton disgraceful. That's after members of Palestine Action broke into the airbase with electric scooters and sprayed red paint into the engine of an aircraft. Palestine Action says the activists have, quote, interrupted Britain's direct participation in the commission of genocide and war crimes across the Middle East. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has since called for the group to be prescribed as a terror organisation. Meanwhile, British authorities are scrambling to provide charter flights to evacuate UK citizens from Israel. Downing Street urged Britons in the region to register their presence with the Foreign Office as the Prime Minister calls on all sides to reach a diplomatic outcome. Today, the Foreign Secretary David Lammy will meet Iran's Foreign Minister following continued strikes overnight in the Middle East and tense talks in Washington, where Mr Lammy met with the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. US President Donald Trump says a window for negotiations remains open, but he'll decide on deploying American forces within the next 2 weeks. GB News can reveal that Northumbria Police is actively investigating reports of grooming gangs operating in Newcastle. Compelling evidence and testimony has been shared as victims come forward, including one survivor whose case collapsed due to police errors.
They want the National Crime Agency to investigate abuse in Newcastle because even though it's not the biggest city, it's happening really badly, and there's probably a lot of survivors out there who might be able to reach out if they haven't said anything. I do want my case to be reopened and investigated because these men, I just know that they will be involved in doing what they did to me still to this day.
North East Mayor Kim McGuinness says she supports a national inquiry and wants the region's voice to be heard as calls for accountability grow. Now, 6-time Olympic gold medalist Sir Chris Hoy is urging systemic change in prostate cancer screenings after revealing his terminal diagnosis at just 47. Diagnosed with the stage 4 cancer in 2023, Sir Chris says the disease has already spread to his bones and could have been growing years earlier. Current NHS guidance recommends testing for men over 50, but Sir Chris wants that age lowered to catch the disease sooner. He says earlier testing could stop more men from facing what he is now. And if you're in the UK, I'm sure you've noticed, but it is rather warm. Well, the UK recorded its hottest day of the year so far yesterday, with temperatures expected to hit that 32-degree mark again today. An amber heat health alert remains in place in all regions across England until Monday morning. Wildfire warnings are in force too, with over 500 blazes having broken out already this year. That's a 7-fold rise on last summer. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More from me in just under half an hour, but now it's back to Emily and Tom.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 8 minutes past 1. Now, some breaking news for you. The Defence Minister, John Healey, has ordered an investigation and a review of wider security at the country's military bases. This after pro-Palestinian activists broke into the high-security RAF Bryce Norton base.
Well, there you go, looking into the security. I mean, that is a worry, isn't it? How on earth these people managed to get in to what is a top security area? You would have thought that there would be a lot of security there.
And damage the Voyager aircraft as well. I mean, this is serious, serious stuff. This isn't just people waving placards by the side of a road. I mean, this stretches beyond the definition of protest and into the definition of, well, wanton vandalism.
Yeah, and how will they be dealt with? I think that's what we want to know as well, isn't it? Very brazen indeed, but we are going to go back to the main story of the day, which has got to be the assisted dying bill. Parliament is facing the final vote very soon indeed, around 2 o'clock, and it could see the bill clear the House of Commons and move to the Lords, or fail completely. And probably fail for a number of years.
Yeah, well, let's talk to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, who's been following the twists and turns of this debate. But, Catherine, I mean, really, we are in the final minutes now, just an hour to go.
Yes, the final vote will be at about 2:15. Now, back in November, assisted dying was approved by a majority of 55. But of course, this is the vote that matters, because if MPs vote in an hour's time to legalise assisted dying for people with a terminal diagnosis of less than 6 months to live in England and Wales, sure, it will go to the House of Lords, but it won't substantially change, and it will be history. We will be literally seeing history being made. It will represent a very profound shift for our society. Now, I've been watching the debate. I interviewed Robert Jenrick for GB News. He is opposing it, the Shadow Justice Secretary, of course, because of he's worried about the law being broadened by legal challenges, but also the issue of this 6 months to live diagnosis. It's very tricky. His grandmother was given just a few months to live and ended up living for nearly 10 years. So he spoke very movingly about that. But Kim Leadbeater, the bill's sponsor, is still confident this bill will pass. There's been some fundamental changes, but she says that it is the most robust legislation anywhere in the world. Now, I've noted the number of very passionate speeches in Parliament, particularly people opposing it. Let's have a look at what Lib Dem Sarah Olney had to say a little bit earlier.
It was immensely challenging to properly debate the bill in committee stage because we frequently found ourselves needing an understanding of medical practice or points of law that MPs are not typically expert in. They have, however, been decided by politicians, and we have approached them in our usual adversarial way. The right answer is not the one arrived at after careful thought, consideration and consultation, but the one that can muster the most votes. We've reached, therefore, a most unsatisfactory conclusion. This legislation imposes duties and responsibilities on professionals who do not think them compatible with their expert practice. If members want assisted dying, vote against this bill and make the most of the moment to press for a better approach that can deliver a sustainable framework accepted and supported by the medical profession and in which the public can have confidence. If people's lives are going to be ended prematurely as a result of this legislation that we passed, we cannot take risks. We cannot afford to pass this bill.
Sarah Olney sat on the Bill Committee, clearly very frustrated, thinking that this should all be gone about in a very different way. And we've heard it again and again and again. A lot of support in principle for assisted dying, but concerns about the specifics. So we shall see. I mean, I was talking to people on Parliament Square, was speaking to a man, the man that you saw in the bulletins. His wife had literally suffocated in her final days. She had asked them to help her end her life, but they couldn't. So it's an incredibly emotive subject, and let's see what happens in about an hour.
Well, absolutely. Catherine Forster, thank you very much for bringing us the latest from the House of Commons there on this momentous day. Yes, it's interesting to hear a lot of people sort of saying that in principle they support assisted dying, but they can't back this particular bill, mostly because they don't believe it has adequate safeguards. But shall we speak to the consultant radiologist, Dr. Jackie Davis, for more on this? Jackie, thank you very much for joining us. What are your views then? Do you believe that this bill should pass?
Yes, this bill should pass. It is the most safeguarded bill in the world. It's got more. I've been doing this a long time, and I know what happens in other parts of the world. This bill has more safeguards built in than any other jurisdiction. And if people aren't willing to accept this, they won't accept anything, quite frankly. You know, it's safe, it's compassionate. Terminally ill people are waiting for this to happen. And it's extraordinary to hear, particularly Labour Party members of a socially progressive party, arguing against this. It's disappointing.
Can you run through what some of these safeguards are? Because we often talk about safeguards in the abstract without actually getting down to the specific.
Yes, I want to pick up a couple of things I heard just beforehand. The business of prognosis, Robert Jenrick is worried about. It's you know, people are terminally ill. If they live another couple of months longer than doctors predicted, it won't matter, because they will have the security while they're living their last few months of knowing that if they have a bad death facing them at the end, they will have that choice. People don't get a diagnosis and take this straight away. So the case of his grandmother, which is a nice story to hear, would not be happening. The safeguards are that you have to be seen by 2 independent doctors. Your diagnosis has to be confirmed, and then there's this panel, which in fact is an improvement on what was there in the first place, with a social worker to assess coercion, a psychiatrist for capacity, and somebody from the legal profession. So those are more hurdles to get past than anywhere else in the world. And I do wish that the people who are worried about this, and of course we all understand this would be a huge change, I do wish they would talk, as I have, to the doctors and others who are involved in this in other jurisdictions. I did a webinar this week for doctors from Australia who are involved in this, who say, look, you know, we know that people are worried about this, but you've got an amazing, safe law, and when it comes into play, if it does, I seriously hope so today, the things that people are worried about won't happen. You know, it will be terminally ill people who
How do you know that, though, Dr. Jackie? We know the NHS is very overstretched. We know the NHS is constantly in need of more funds. We know that doctors don't always have adequate time for their patients. We know that from the Royal College of Psychiatrists that we may not have enough psychiatrists available to be able to make these decisions. And our legal system as well, very much over-subscribed as well, very much overstretched too. So how can you say for sure that all of these worries that people have won't actually come to be?
I think there's a couple of things. One is that people abroad have decades of experience now, so we really need to listen to them. And the message from them is, once the law is in place, then you will find out that none of the things that people are worried about, quite understandably, they just don't happen. And the other thing is, the number of people who are actually choosing assisted death is very small. We know after 25 years in Oregon of available assisted dying, it's still less than 1% of deaths. So it's not It's not a huge number, and the NHS is constantly faced with challenges.
Hang on, I've read, Dr. Jackie, I've read that it's been estimated that there could be about upwards of 4,000 people per year taking the route of assisted dying. That sounds quite a large number, I think.
Well, I think that is less than 1% of deaths in the country, so I think it's more useful to look at it as a percentage than not. And other countries, you know, what I find odd is that other countries are managing this. Other countries like us are managing this because they recognise this is what society wants, and this is what terminally ill patients want. And so there are plenty of doctors prepared to get engaged with this, far more doctors than there would be patients who need it. And I'm sure that there would also be the psychiatrists and the social workers who will step up, because a lot of people want this to happen. Society wants this to happen.
Well, could it be just easier for those people, for those doctors, those social workers, those psychiatrists to just say, yeah, you know, especially if they're ideologically in favour of assisted dying? Can you not see that there might be times where perhaps they don't give exactly the right advice, that assisted dying does go to someone who's been told they have 6 months but actually could have, you know, upwards of 2-3 years left? I mean, I just think it's such a dramatic change to make without knowing for sure what the implications will be down the line. And you talk about how other countries are managing it and everything, but people have spoken very strongly from Canada, for example, about a slippery slope effect, that more and more people with different disabilities, with mental disorders, etc., have been potentially pushed in this direction.
I think it's really important not to compare apples with oranges here, actually. The Canadian law has a completely different background to ours. It's because their Supreme Court can tell their Parliament what to do, which isn't true in this country. And so the criteria have widened a little bit because of the Supreme Court. That couldn't happen here. And the Select Committee that looked at the jurisdiction here said no jurisdiction with similar laws as the Oregon and ours, terminally ill, of sound mind, has had a slippery slope. So we know that slippery slope is not something that's going to happen under the jurisdiction that we would be looking at. And I think, you know, we're not inventing the wheel here. I think it's a shame to suggest that people wouldn't do their professional duty. I think all the people I've spoken to, I've been to Oregon, spoken to a lot of people involved in this, they take it very, very seriously. And it would be under the microscope. And you have to compare that with the situation at the moment where people can take their own lives, like my brother did, behind closed doors. They can go to Dignitas, and nobody knows what's going on. There is no safeguard. There is no psychiatrist talking to them, and there's no check on what's happening at the moment. So we're in a situation without safeguards, and yet we're arguing about going into a situation with so many safeguards. Nobody else in the world has got so many.
OK, thank you very much for putting that slide across. Dr. Jackie Davis, consultant radiologist. Very interesting indeed. I just wonder, with public attitudes towards the NHS, you know, 1 in 5 in a recent poll saying they're satisfied with the way the NHS runs, can you really trust that these decisions are always going to be made correctly? I mean, it is a matter of life and death, of course.
I've got a friend who's got a family member who took his own life. I think we can all reference or think of cases where people have paid for themselves to go off to another country to have this done, or when they're alone, do this to themselves. I think sometimes the conversation gets to the point where we sort of pretend that we're living in a world where this doesn't happen and that the alternative is people not dying and people dying. But I just don't think that's where this debate is.
Yeah, I just think the trust in our institutions just isn't there. And I do worry about the safeguards. But perhaps you have a different view. Let us know, gbnews.com/you'll say. We'll get to some of them, because I know you all have completely different views on this one, depending on personal experience or whatever else.
Well, this show is all about light and shade, so we're going to move on to something slightly less serious now. Because if you're out and about, you might have noticed it's relatively hot outside. Yes, unfortunately, we still get those health alerts, and an amber health alert is in force until Monday. But more importantly, it's time to slap on that sun cream, and enjoy those hot temperatures.
And who better to enjoy it with than Jack Carson, our intrepid reporter. Jack Carson, oh, you're on firm ground there, on a lawn.
I'm back on solid ground, and probably thank goodness for the people that own that boat as well. But it's 27 degrees here in Stratford-upon-Avon, and actually it's beautiful weather because there's a bit of a wind and there's a slight bit of cloud, but it doesn't take away from the heat that we're getting either. It just means you're not necessarily in the direct sunlight. So we've got the sun cream on just to protect ourselves, but we are feeling actually considerably quite cool since you can see around us. Look here, plenty of people that have come out, schools as well, that have come out to enjoy all the beautiful weather as well. And Tom and Emily, I've been brushing up a little bit on my Shakespeare as well. So the one that I was trying to remember earlier was, "Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against the wrecking siege of battering days." That's from sonnet 65, I think, from Shakespeare. But after all that excitement earlier, I think an ice cream maybe might be in order. So if I can come over here, and all these ice cream trucks are all over Stratford as well. Can I have a Mr. Whippy with a flake, please? Is that okay? Thank you very much. So there we go. Again, Mr. Whippy, don't talk amongst yourselves while this happens. But it's honestly beautiful weather here, and an ice cream is perfect. After all that excitement, thank you very much. Look at that absolute beauty. After all the excitement that we've had today, you know, out on the river, almost crashing into a bridge twice, I think, actually, in the end, and learning how to row, I think this is well deserved. And people here celebrating that beautiful sunshine. The people we've spoken to today, coming out in the early morning to walk their dogs, to make sure that obviously they can get a walk in while it's still a little bit cooler, but also just enjoy the sunshine. Obviously those amber alerts still in place across England for much of the next few days, and temperatures this weekend are going to be the ones that are going to be to watch out for, because it could reach the highest temperatures we've seen in the UK this year so far. Today being a little bit cooler, but only by 1 or 2 degrees, but it's down where you guys are as well, where in London, where in the southwest, where it's really, and the southeast, where it's really getting warm. But it's still plenty warm enough here in Stratford-upon-Avon to enjoy a bit of a Mr. Whippy.
Oh, I'm incredibly jealous, Jack Carson. You always get the toughest jobs. Well, I have to say, it's a lot nicer seeing you in a wonderful, warm, pleasant fun fair rather than fishing around in bins or trying to find the worst smell in Britain. It's a slightly easier gig that you've got today, but well deserved.
Remember when we sent Jack Carson to try the new Greggs menu?
Oh, yes.
The chicken burger. I think a Mr. Whippy probably a bit tastier, isn't it, Jack? Oh, maybe we've lost Jack now. Yeah, tasty.
It's a lot sweeter. Oh,
see you later, Jack.
Absolutely.
See you later.
We will be seeing Jack in the next hour, and I'm just looking at that rotating Ferris wheel behind him and just wondering, is he going to hop on? What's he got in store for us?
I think he should. Buy a ticket, hop on, bring the cameraman with you.
This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's programme, including Sir Stephen Fry turns on JK Rowling, calling her a lost cause, who's been radicalised over her views of transgender people.
Fighting talk, but after the break, Angela Rayner is reportedly set out plans for council tax funds collected in the south to be funnelled to the north under a progressive redistribution of local authority funding. What do you think? Is it fair to ask the south to pay for the north?
This is our country, and we think it's amazing. From high tea to the high street, we love it all. Even the rain, we like that too. There's nowhere else we'd rather be. That's why we're here to be the fearless champion of Britain, its voices and its values. Because we are GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our viewers and listeners. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we are in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 28 minutes past 1. Now, council tax bills are set to rise in parts of southern England, potentially to fund northern cities under Labour's new plans.
Yes, this could properly kick off, couldn't it? Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner will set out plans for a progressive redistribution of local authority funding designed to ensure more Whitehall money goes to areas with the highest needs.
So while she says that plans are aimed at fairness, council leaders in southern areas are warning that the changes could be divisive. After all, if more of the government money goes to the north, the south will have to raise more of their own money through tax.
Yes, so should the South pay for the North? Well, we wanted to ask our loyal GB News viewers about this one because we are, of course, across the country. So to debate this is GB News viewer Adrian Gell, who's from Shropshire. We've got GB News viewer as well from Croydon, Helen Hampton. So perhaps this will be a head-to-head or a polite discussion. Helen Hampton in Croydon, do you think the South should cough up more money for the North?
No. I mean, frankly, every time I hear Angela Rayner speak, my head is generally in my hands. But when she uses the word progressive, I feel like just banging my head on the wall. I'm not sure there's much that's progressive about this constantly trying to dumb down everything. You cannot keep on taking away money from people who've earned it legitimately, who take care of their area. In this instance, you know, council tax in all areas. I mean, take Croydon for example. It's a large borough. Our council bankrupted the borough, the Labour council previously, and so we are not a wealthy borough. But we have nice areas, and then we have areas where you know, there is deprivation and hardship, and clearly you already have a system within a borough where those areas which are, shall we say, less reliant on council services because, you know, people are managing to be self-sufficient and they're not littering and rioting and causing trouble in their own areas, are already paying to try to help the more deprived areas. Yeah. And so just to sort of move this from in a grand scale, saying, well, you know, you're all wealthy down the south, so you should pay for the north, is almost obscene. The North.
Yeah, Helen. Let's put that to Adrian Gell and see what he has to say. You know, you're from Shropshire, which is the Midlands, really, isn't it? I don't know if it's fair to call it the North. But Adrian, what do you think? Do you think that actually Southerners have been getting away with too low council tax for a while, and that actually some of that money should go up to deprived areas in the North? What do you reckon?
Well, look, in my view, we are one country.
and actually geographically quite a small country. And to concentrate the wealth on the country to the south is absolutely ridiculous when there is so much talent and so much space and so many good businesses in the north and in the Midlands. And Boris Johnson's idea of being able to empower and enrich the north in order to level up, I thought was a cracking good idea.
Adrian, is this not the opposite of levelling up? To some extent, this could be described as levelling down because you're taking from one area to give to another. I thought levelling up was about growing one area without having to take from a different one.
Oh, and I wouldn't disagree with that, but at the same time, if you call it seed capital. Seed capital needs to be raised in order to help the northern and more Midland businesses in order to grow. And there's a huge potential wealth in the Midlands and in the north. And if that needs government help to do it, so be it.
Well, let's put that to Adrian. Let's put that to Helen, because it's a good point you raised. Because Helen, it is true. In the south, there's always new infrastructure projects, there's always new leisure centres, new schools, new rail links, new whatever it is being built. And the north doesn't always see that, does it?
No, you say that. I mean, you take cities like Hull and Liverpool and Manchester, all these places. Hull in particular was in an incredibly bad state. They've had millions poured into them, and they have wonderful enterprise up there now. This is exactly about what Tom just said. This isn't about elevating the north. And believe you me, the north is where we have, the backbone of the country. They've been stripped out when the industrial when all the industrial jobs went abroad. We keep on going on about we should be wary of China, but what have we done? We've given all our jobs away to China because we've stopped manufacturing. So it's about raising the people in the north up, not trying to ask the people in the south. And you take people in the south who generally housing stock is more expensive. It's almost impossible for young people to get on the housing ladder. Yeah. This is the wrong sort of levelling up. This doesn't level anything up. We are already paying our fair share.
Helen, we started with you. We're going to finish with Adrian. Any final thoughts, Adrian Gell?
Well, I think to a certain degree, there is a point to be made there. But on the other hand, we need to invest in the infrastructure of the Midlands and the north. Now, for example, I went on the internet yesterday to see how long it would take me to drive from Shrewsbury to King's Lynn, and it was 3.5 hours. Oof. If I wanted to go by train, it's 5.5 hours because the infrastructure of the country going east-west and west-east is so dire. Yeah. And there are all sorts of places like Stoke-on-Trent where we make some of the finest china in the world. If that was able to get its goods to King's Lynn and the East Coast to make it easier for the potteries to export into Europe, that would be a fantastic thing.
That would be fantastic.
I'm not just talking about
Adrian,
the
I'm going to have to cut you off there because we're very late for the headlines, but this has been a fantastic debate. Fantastic to have you both on. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon and rest of your weekend. Thank you. Adrian Gell from Shropshire and Helen Hampton from Croydon in London. So there you go.
We had a Midlands and a Southern voice. Perhaps it's pertinent to this conversation that our Northern voice was struggling to connect.
Yes.
Perhaps because the internet infrastructure in the north of this country is quite so terrible. I mean, maybe that speaks more for itself than anything that could have been said in this debate.
Well, I think you might be right, Tom. Go on, scroll us down. What's coming up?
No, absolutely. There's much more to come here on Good Afternoon Britain. It's day 4 at Royal Ascot. The fashion's bold, the racing's fierce, and our royal correspondent Cameron Walker will be right at the heart of it.
But after the break, Sir Stephen Fry turns on JK Rowling, calling her a lost cause who's been radicalised over her views on transgender people. That's after your headlines.
Very good afternoon. It's just gone 1:30. These are your latest headlines. Top story today, MPs are set to vote this afternoon on one of the most controversial pieces of legislation in recent years, the Assisted Dying Bill. Proposed by Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, the bill would give terminally ill adults in England and Wales the right to end their own lives if they have less than 6 months to live. Speaking in the third reading today, Kim Leadbeater acknowledged that people have different views, but said that the bill will offer a compassionate and safe choice to those who want to make it. Protesters, including bereaved families and celebrities, are alongside those in favour of the bill, gathering outside of Parliament ahead of the vote this afternoon. A security review has been launched across the defence estate after pro-Palestinian activists broke into an RAF base and sprayed 2 military planes with red paint. Footage posted online by Palestine Action this morning shows the 2 people inside the airbase on electric scooters pouring red paint into the engine of an aircraft. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has called for the group to be prescribed as a terror organisation. Our Home and Security editor Mark White has the latest on why the group protested.
Well, Palestine Action say the reason they breached security at Bryce Norton and damaged the aircraft is because they claim those aircraft were being used in support of the Israeli military, something officials here at the MOD have said is absolute nonsense. Now, these engines are going to have to be stripped and cleaned out. It's likely to be a costly exercise. And there's also a review of how security was breached in such a way that these activists were able to get airside and cause such damage in the first place.
Meanwhile, British authorities are scrambling to provide charter flights to evacuate UK citizens from Israel. Downing Street has urged Britons in the region to register their presence with the Foreign Office as the Prime Minister calls on all sides to reach a diplomatic outcome. Today, the Foreign Secretary David Lammy is meeting with Iran's Foreign Minister following continued strikes overnight in the Middle East and tense talks in Washington, where Mr Lammy met US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. US President Donald Trump says a window for negotiations does remain open, but he'll decide on deploying American forces within the next 2 weeks. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More in just under half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
And here's a quick snapshot of the markets this afternoon. The pound will buy you $1.349 and 1.171 euros. The price of gold is £2,482.31 per ounce, and the FTSE 100's at 8,830 points.
My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's a sunny and hot day widely across the country. Some patchy cloud, not entirely blue skies, and that patchy cloud giving the odd thundery downpour. We've seen 1 or 2 drops of rain across southwestern parts earlier on. They are tending to move north-eastwards as high pressure drifts to the east and extends hot air nationwide, and so it's not just the south where we'll see the warm sunshine during the rest of Friday. It's across much of the UK. Cloudier skies for the Northern Isles, far northwest of Scotland, but otherwise it's simply sunny skies across the board, and with that very strong June sunshine, temperatures reaching the mid to high 20s across northern Scotland through to Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, and in some spots 30 or 31 Celsius. Now, for 1 or 2 areas, there's the likelihood of a thundery shower or 2, particularly through the Grampians as we end the afternoon and go into the evening, or perhaps through northeast England. But these will be very isolated. For the vast majority, it's a dry and bright end to the day. And look at the temperatures. This is at 6 p.m, 29 Celsius still there for Birmingham. Widely the mid to high 20s clinging on into the evening. And even after the sun goes down, despite the clear skies, we're going to see that warm air stay with us, and as a result it's going to be an uncomfortable night for sleeping. Some patchy cloud here and there, and again a few showers potentially towards the southwest, but for the vast majority it is a clear and dry night, and temperatures in 1 or 2 spots, for example Cardiff, not dropping below 20 Celsius. That gets us off to a very warm start to Saturday. It's not going to be entirely sunny. There will be areas of cloud in the west, a humid feel in the west. Plenty of sunshine further east, though, and with that sunshine, temperatures reaching the 30 32 to 34 range. And elsewhere, as those temperatures rise, the risk of some severe thunderstorms developing.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. There's congestion on the A92 northbound at Lochgelly due to a broken down vehicle. Motorists should exercise caution and allow extra journey time. The A55 westbound faces closures between junction 18 and junction 17, impacting Llandudno junction to Conwy Morpher with a contraflow system. In Leicestershire on the M1 southbound, there are significant delays due to lane closures between junction 22 and junction 21. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast is experiencing delays at Birmingham New Street, while cross-country services face disruptions on various routes. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon, Britain. It is getting close to 1:45, but the comedian and television presenter Sir Stephen Fry, who narrated all 7 Harry Potter audiobooks, which I loved, criticised author JK Rowling, describing her as a lost cause.
Yes, he says she's been radicalised by TERFs, basically a slur to describe transgender exclusionary radical feminists, which just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Well, it all comes as JK Rowling has become a leading voice in the transgender debate, hailing, of course, the Supreme Court's landmark ruling back in April and, of course, funding further campaigns to do with it.
OK, well, we're joined by Executive Director of Sex Matters, Maya Forstater. Maya, has JK Rowling been radicalised? Is she a lost cause?
Of course not. That's utter nonsense. Thinking that men are men and women are women is not a radical view. It's just reality, and it's what most people in the country think. What she's done is stood up for women's rights.
Has there not been a progression in, at the very least, how JK Rowling has come about talking about this issue? I mean, back in 2020, JK Rowling sent a tweet saying, "I respect every trans person's right to live by any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them." And yet, this year, we see JK Rowling refusing to use the pronouns that trans people would like them to use, quote tweeting lots of different trans women and calling them men. I mean, it seems at the very least the tone that she uses has shifted considerably in the last 5 years.
I mean, you're doing a bait and switch there. She said that she respects people's right to live in any way that they feel comfortable. But what you're talking about is whether she has to call them by whatever pronouns they want to. Those are two different things. If somebody wants to call themselves something, you know, as JK Rowling tweeted in 2019 after my case, wear what you like, call yourself what you like. But that doesn't mean other people have to call you that. Other people can use the words that make sense to them.
Right, but in 2019, in 2020, we didn't see instances of JK Rowling putting out messages to her millions of followers, calling trans women men, or being quite so, well, frankly, in my view, rude doing it. And yet now we do. She's become much more brazen, much more brash, whether you agree with her or not. I mean, you might think hurrah for her for being much more brash at this moment in time. But clearly there's been a progression there.
Yes, I think there has. And I mean, you say rude, I say honest. And what we've seen is that giving away language, calling men women, calling men she, is what then allows them to say that they have the right to be in women's sports, in women's spaces, in women's prisons and women's refuges. And in order to say no to them, it's a simple word, we need to be able to call them men. And if somebody says that's rude, then that's a precursor for rolling over women's rights.
Yeah, I mean, Maya, it's quite extraordinary that a man who narrated all 7 of her Harry Potter books for audio, presumably made quite a lot of cash out of it, is saying such things about her. She seemed to wake up or kick a hornet's nest of transphobia, which has been entirely destructive. I disagree profoundly with her. I'm angry she does not disavow some of the more revolting and truly horrible, destructive, violently destructive things that people say. She does not attack those at all. I mean, if you add that to all the other people who have made money off her talent and success, I mean, there's a lot of people, aren't there?
Yes, and meanwhile, all she's done is be brave and speak up for women. I mean, the idea that she said anything violently destructive is just a nonsense. She has made fun of people. She has.
Some might say mocked vulnerable people.
Well, she tweeted when the Scottish government was bringing in its hate crimes legislation, and women in Scotland were afraid of being arrested for saying that men are men. And JK Rowling said, "Come and get me," basically, and that protected lots and lots of women in Scotland. She's not just out there on Twitter being a troll or being mean for the sake of it. What she's doing is saying that we're allowed to say that men are men. We're allowed to believe our own eyes. We're allowed to be funny sometimes. Women are allowed to be funny.
Okay, Maya Vorstatter, thank you very much for your time. Executive Director of Sex Matters there. I just think it's quite silly to go and say all of these things about a woman who's not there to defend herself.
Oh, wait, hang on. Firstly, she's allowed to be brash, and then second, you can't say anything about someone because she can't defend... I mean,
well, but he was a mate of hers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's fairly
I wouldn't go and do an interview
clear
about you and say all these nasty things about you.
It's completely,
isn't it?
Completely clear to see that JK Rowling used to never talk about this issue, and over the course of the last 5 years, it's become the only thing she talks about. She's clearly been radicalised, and she's clearly
Tom, it's
not being polite to trans people.
Fact is fact. You're the radical one.
No, I'm the polite one.
This stuff has only happened in the last few years. You're the radical one.
No, it hasn't.
You're the radical one.
People have been calling transgender people by the pronouns that they want to be called by for decades.
Yada, yada, yada.
You can find Roman
Anyway, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's the travel weather.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The hot air that we've got across the UK on Saturday extends into France and Spain, but the chance of thunderstorms in these areas as well. Also the chance of thundery showers through Greece, but the islands should escape with sunny spells, albeit with a keen breeze. Through Italy, we've got plenty of sunny skies, but the Alps will see some lively weather with showers and thunderstorms, and those showers also affecting parts of Spain. But Portugal seeing largely sunny skies and plenty of sunshine through the outlook period.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
Yes, the Red Arrows, the iconic Red Arrows, could be down in number from a paltry 13 to get this 6 working jets by 2028. Let's talk to the Commandant of the Central Flying School, Gavin Mackay. Our iconic, wonderful, magnificent Red Arrows reduced to such small number. Why are they declining so far?
Well, first of all, can I say that I'm not currently the Commandant of the Central Flying School. I was the Commandant of the Central Flying School back in the late 90s when I had the Red Arrows came within my purview and I spent a great deal of time with them. I used to fly as their one of the spare aircraft and had a very strong bond with them. I can also tell you that...
Well, we apologise for confusing that you're the former Commandant, but just tell us, what is it like flying with the Red Arrows? How dramatic?
It is wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. I was a fighter pilot by trade. I was a Harrier pilot, for which you would say that there's none better. But I have to say that all the time I spent flying with the Red Arrows was one of the best experiences of my life. It is exciting. It's not the sort of thing that you do as a fighter pilot every day, flying these very dynamic maneuvers in such close proximity to the others. But the whole experience of seeing the dedication, the hard work, the relentless self-criticism that went into producing their displays was absolutely fantastic. It made a deep impression on me.
GB News, the People's Channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racist tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's now 10 to 2, and it's the penultimate day of Royal Ascot, where the King and Queen are expected to make yet another appearance.
Well, let's cross live to Royal correspondent Cameron Walker, who's been there for us. It's been a tough job for you, hasn't it, Cameron? So tell us, what's new today?
Oh, good afternoon, Tom and Emily. Yes, the crowds have already gathered. Of course, we're only a couple of minutes away from the King and Queen's arrival, leading that royal procession. The 4th time this week that they have done so. No other senior royals are going to be joining them in carriages, but we are going to be getting the musical theatre composer Andrew Lloyd Webber and his wife. Of course, it's Lord Lloyd Webber now. The King and Queen may well have a winner, or at least they'll be hoping they're going to have a winner later on today in the Sandringham Stakes at 5 o'clock. Their horse Purple Rainbow is going to be running that one. They have had a couple of disappointments so far this week at Royal Ascot in the Ascot Stakes and indeed the Kensington Palace Stakes, where the horses came 9th and 7th consecutively, so not particularly very good there. But of course, you look back to 2023, the overexcited facial expressions of the King and Queen back when their horse Desert Hero won. They certainly will be hoping for a repeat of that 2 years later. Of course, it is quite hot here at Royal Ascot, but it's certainly not as hot as it has been for the last few days. I can tell you that reportedly 42 people had to be treated having fainted or got heat stroke yesterday, and one person was actually taken to hospital. Fingers crossed that isn't going to happen today. The racecourse has put up extra gazebos, and actually it's quite cloudy here, so the sun isn't as blazing as it was yesterday. It really was unbelievably hot. Of course, in the royal enclosure, you've got to dress the part, and with a top hat and waistcoats and tails as well. That is the very strict dress code. Here in the Queen Anne enclosure and by the parade ring, not quite as strict, but of course you still have to dress smartly in a suit. But it's the British tradition, isn't it? The champagne is flowing as well as the pims. As I said, King and Queen arrival very shortly.
Excellent. Cameron, just before you go, got to ask, I believe there's another GB News presenter strutting around Royal Ascot today, and that's Andrew Pierce. Have you caught sight of him?
Yes, he is. Have not caught sight of him yet, Tom. I have texted him. He has not responded. I suspect he is somewhere in the royal enclosure having a very, very good time, like I did on Wednesday when I wasn't working.
In the Bollinger tent.
Yeah, we'll see if I can catch up with him a bit later.
Might not want to be in front of the camera then. Cameron Walker, thanks indeed for joining us. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Anyway, there's lots more coming up on today's show. Stick with us on Good Afternoon Britain. We will, of course, be bringing you the result of that crunch vote on assisted dying. Stick with us.
Yeah, just 15 minutes or so to go until that vote. It's getting down to those last few minutes. That's to come after your latest weather forecast.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's a sunny and hot day widely across the country. Some patchy cloud, not entirely blue skies, and that patchy cloud giving the odd thundery downpour. We've seen 1 or 2 drops of rain across southwestern parts earlier on. They are tending to move north-eastwards as high pressure drifts to the east and extends hot air nationwide, and so it's not just the south where we'll see the warm sunshine during the rest of Friday. It's across much of the UK. Cloudier skies for the Northern Isles, far northwest of Scotland, but otherwise it's simply sunny skies across the board, and with that very strong June sunshine, temperatures reaching the mid to high 20s across northern Scotland through to Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, and in some spots 30 or 31 Celsius. Now, for one or two areas, there's the likelihood of a thundery shower or two, particularly through the Grampians as we end the afternoon and go into the evening, or perhaps through northeast England. But these will be very isolated. For the vast majority, it's a dry and bright end to the day. And look at the temperatures. This is at 6 p.m, 29 Celsius still there for Birmingham. Widely the mid to high 20s clinging on into the evening. And even after the sun goes down, despite the clear skies, we're going to see that warm air stay with us, and as a result it's going to be an uncomfortable night for sleeping. Some patchy cloud here and there, and again a few showers potentially towards the southwest, but for the vast majority it is a clear and dry night, and temperatures in one or two spots, for example Cardiff, not dropping below 20 Celsius. That gets us off to a very warm start to Saturday. It's not going to be entirely sunny. There will be areas of cloud in the west, a humid feel in the west. Plenty of sunshine further east, though, and with that sunshine, temperatures reaching the 32 to 34 range. And elsewhere, as those temperatures rise, the risk of some severe thunderstorms developing.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Imagine having an extra £1,000 to spend each week for an entire year. £54,321 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to spend however you like. £54,321 in cash could be landing in your bank account this year. For another chance to win £54,321 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. That's State of the Nation every Monday and Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom with Andrew and Beth.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here.
I'm Michelle Tudor, Britain's News Channel.
News Channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's News Channel. At GB News, we love to hear from you, our viewers and listeners. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 2 o'clock on Friday, the 20th of June. I'm Tom Harwood.
And I'm Emily Carver.
And it's a momentous day for the country, as right now, MPs are about to start voting on assisted dying for the final time. Today's crunch vote is on a knife edge, with last-minute defections and a number of Labour MPs claiming the bill has been drastically weakened. Well, the results are expected within the next 15 minutes.
Yes, MPs may be about to make history here if they vote to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. We will bring you the latest.
OK, it's feeling hot outside though, isn't it? Temperatures across the United Kingdom are soaring, a peak of 33 degrees expected, hotter than Istanbul. How will you be enjoying the sun?
Those amber weather warnings still exist over the course of England, and now from 3 o'clock tomorrow over the weekend, a yellow warning for thunderstorms. We're here in Stratford-upon-Avon where temperatures are soaring north of 27 degrees. It's beautiful weather and we're enjoying the sunshine.
And giddy up, yes, it's day 4 at Royal Ascot, where the fashion's bold, the racing's fierce, and even more fierce is our royal correspondent Catherine Walker, who's at the heart of it.
Catherine.
Cameron.
We've been talking about trans issues too much, haven't we?
To be clear, I'm fairly sure I said Cameron Walker, but apparently everyone is telling me I said Catherine Walker, which is news to me.
I'm pretty sure his pronouns are still he, him, unless he's got something to tell us.
No, I'm fairly sure that if I did misspeak there, I do apologise, Cameron.
You did. We can play it back.
I have actually known Cameron for, like, the best part of...
Well, you got his name wrong the other day as well, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You did. I think you called him something else.
Do you know what? It must
Oliver.
be the heat. It must be the heat, because clearly we're all going
we do actually have the aircon working today, so you've got no excuse. Yeah, it's up there.
I'm not convinced.
It's coming down on us.
But of course, it's not just the hot weather. There are serious political issues to be discussing today. Yes, MPs are about to start voting on one of the most significant issues of conscience that MPs have voted on in many, many years.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll be bringing you that live result when we get it. So do stick with us. Don't go anywhere. It is the headlines with Sophia.
Very good afternoon. It's just gone 2 o'clock. These are your latest headlines. As Tom and Emily were just saying, MPs are moments away from voting on the most controversial piece of legislation in recent years, the Assisted Dying Bill. Proposed by Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, the bill would give terminally ill adults in England and Wales the right to end their own lives if they have less than 6 months to live. Speaking in the third reading today, Kim Leadbeater acknowledged that different people have different views, but that the bill will offer a compassionate and safe choice to those who want to make it. Protesters, including bereaved family members and celebrities, are alongside those in favour of the bill, all gathered outside of Parliament ahead of the vote very shortly. A security review has been launched across the defence estate after pro-Palestinian activists broke into an RAF base and sprayed 2 military planes with red paint. Footage posted online by Palestine Action this morning shows the 2 people inside the airbase on electric scooters spraying red paint into the engine of an aircraft. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has called for the group to be prescribed as a terror organisation. Our Home and Security editor Mark White has the latest on why the group protested.
Palestine Action say the reason they breached security at Bryce Norton and damaged the aircraft is because they claim those aircraft were being used in support of the Israeli military, something officials here at the MOD have said is absolute nonsense. Now, these engines are going to have to be stripped and cleaned out. It's likely to be a costly exercise, and there's also a review of how security was breached in such a way that these activists were able to get airside and cause such damage in the first place.
Meanwhile, British authorities are scrambling to provide charter flights to evacuate British citizens from Israel. Downing Street has urged Britons in the region to register their presence with the Foreign Office as the Prime Minister calls on all sides to reach a diplomatic outcome. Today, the Foreign Secretary David Lammy is meeting with Iran's Foreign Minister as tensions remain high and missile strikes continue between Israel and Iran. Now, GB News can reveal that Northumbria Police is actively investigating reports of grooming gangs operating in Newcastle. Compelling evidence and testimony has been shared as victims come forward, including one survivor whose case collapsed due to police errors.
They want the National Crime Agency to investigate abuse in Newcastle because even though it's not the biggest city, it's happening really badly, and there's probably a lot of survivors out there who might be able to reach out if they haven't said anything. I do want my case to be reopened and investigated because these men, I just know that they will be involved in doing what they did to me still to this day.
North East Mayor Kim McGuinness says she supports a national inquiry and wants the region's voice to be heard as calls for accountability continue to grow. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More at the top of the next hour.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's now 5 minutes past 2 and MPs are in the final stages of wrapping up this debate on assisted dying. It's a private member's bill that has been going through for many, many months now. And today, it's crunch time.
Yes, we could see assisted dying in this country in law very soon indeed. Political correspondent Catherine Forster. Catherine, what's your sense on the ground in Westminster? Which way is this vote going to go?
Honestly, it's absolutely impossible to say. It passed by 55 votes last time, but what struck me listening to the speeches is how many are speaking out saying, yes, we support this in principle, but we practically feel that this is not safe enough to go ahead. Having said that, the amendments that were voted on a few hours ago, most of those passed by a majority of about 50, which would suggest that perhaps not many MPs have changed their minds, but lots of people were missing at that point. So it's really incredibly difficult to say. I think it could be very tight. If I had to guess, I'd say it would probably pass, but we will see in just a few minutes. They're literally on to the last speech now, and the vote will be happening very shortly. We don't know whether the Prime Minister will be voting. Number 10 won't say. This has all come about because he made a promise to Esther Rantzen, who is terminally ill with lung cancer, that time for a debate would be made in this Parliament. Now, we could be witnessing history here. That's no exaggeration. If they vote for it, it will become legal in England and Wales for people with a terminal diagnosis of less than 6 months to live. It will have to be brought in by 2029. Now, lots of people have concerns about the state of the NHS, the state of palliative care, the fact that the Royal College of Psychiatrists, Physicians and Pathologists are worried about it and think it is not sufficiently safe. Kim Leadbeater, whose private member's bill this is, says that these are the most robust safeguards in the world. We shall see very shortly, but my goodness, there's a lot of people outside in Parliament Square on all sides. But I was talking to a gentleman whose wife had had a terrible death. She'd effectively suffocated. The best palliative care, he said, was not sufficient to take away her suffering. He said you wouldn't treat an animal like this. But on the other hand, we've just had an MP speaking in Parliament, and I think they made a really important point, saying that there's been very little discussion of the actual medical procedure or complications that might ensue. And reading the impact assessment, there is so much that is still basically TBC, including what drugs would be used. We know that there can be complications. There's all sorts of issues. This is going to be incredibly difficult. If it goes through for the NHS to implement, it will be open to private providers too, who will be able to make a profit. But if it doesn't go through, there'll be many, many people who feel that they've been let down, that the time has come for this. Yes, we shall find out very shortly.
Well, Catherine Forster, thank you indeed for being there for us. Do let us know of any developments, of course, as we're looking at on our screen right there. It looks like summing up in that debate before the doors are locked and MPs go to vote.
Yes, we'll be keeping an eye on the House of Commons for you. But in the meantime, we're joined by political commentator Danny Shaw, who's in favour of the bill, and also the CEO of Humanists Against Assisted Suicide and Euthanasia, Professor Kevin Newell, who is against the bill. Danny, there's been a lot of people, Danny in the studio, there's been a lot of people who seem to have switched sides on this, not out of principle against assisted dying, but concerns about safeguards and the bill, how it's written itself. Danny, what do you think?
Well, I think that's not surprising, given this is a momentous bill and a potentially momentous event today, vote. And it's understandable. We're dealing with incredibly complex issues. People have very strong opinions, and obviously some concerns have been raised during the process. But I believe that the safeguards that are in place are sufficient. When you look at the bill itself and you see the number of layers, the number of people that have to be involved, the number of checks and balances, I believe it does provide sufficient safeguards against the possibility of abuse, but it gives people who are terminally ill the choice about how they wish to die. And I think that is so important, and I think it's long overdue.
Kevin Ewell, what do you make of that argument, that actually looking around the world, it's hard to find an example of this being applied that has more safeguards than the Leadbeater bill as it currently stands?
Well, I mean, mostly around the world we see safeguards actually falling once it's been put into legislation. So we've seen safeguards in Oregon, which was, at least for many people, a model, and for this legislation in some ways a model as well. And we've seen in 2020 and 2023 that safeguards were removed. We've seen in Canada when they when they made it legal in 2016 that it was extended not just to people who are terminally ill, but to all sorts of people who suffer from disabilities. So I think wherever it goes, it expands.
Campaigners say that that has happened in Canada because of the way the bill was put forward. It could have been amended by the courts, in effect, and it was expanded through a series of legal decisions. Those that have drafted this bill in the UK say that that wouldn't happen, and it would be more similar to how it has occurred in Australia.
Well, I think with the King Henry VIII clause that this bill contains, that it's possible with secondary legislation to amend it. I also think, you know, on the Canadian example, it wasn't amended by the courts. It was put through Parliament. There's a notwithstanding clause that allows the Canadian Parliament to circumvent the courts if it needs to, and they chose not to do so. So I think, you know, Canada's a much more similar system than we actually think.
OK, well, let's come back to Danny, because there is a concern about how the NHS will actually deal with this practically, and whether we can necessarily trust that doctors and psychiatrists who will be able to sign off on assisted dying will, you know, are they infallible? Are they open to making mistakes? Is there a huge amount of pressure on the NHS, Danny, and that mistakes will be made, errors will be made, people will potentially end their lives when actually they had probably years left to live, maybe, will these things change? And also, are they immune from ideology? If a psychiatrist or a doctor is ideologically in favour of assisted dying, could you see some issues there?
Well, I think these are all really good points that I think have been debated. Don't forget there have been, I think, something like 30 hearings, 500 amendments have been discussed. So it's not something that's just sort of gone through overnight. These issues have been debated and discussed. Changes have been made. I think the safeguards have been strengthened. There are a number of checks and balances in the process, as I said. There's a first GP that has to sort of sign it off, and then a second doctor's assessment. There's an assisted dying review panel, which will now consist of a social worker, consultant psychiatrist and a lawyer. You've also got the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner overseeing the whole process, who will be a senior judge. And so there are various steps along the way. There's also a period of reflection. And there will be training as well for the people who will be taking part in this. And no doctor will be compelled or under any duty to be involved in this process if they don't want to. So I believe
but doesn't that leave us, Danny? Doesn't that make my point a little there? But doesn't that leave us with the doctors and the psychiatrists who do approve of assisted dying to make these decisions, if you see what I mean?
Yes, but I think they also have a duty to comply by the rules and to make sure that there's no coercion, that there's no pressure, and that the person is making a clear, settled decision to end their own life, and that they are terminally ill with 6 months or less to live. So, you know, we have to trust our doctors at some point with all the checks and safeguards that are in place. And I believe that, you know, I mean, just one other point as well worth mentioning. This isn't going to happen overnight. even if it gets passed today. The House of Lords will look at it, will give it the most anxious scrutiny, because they always do with bills, so I expect there to be more changes there. Then there's going to be a whole process of implementation that will take up to 4 years. So, you know, I do believe we're not rushing ahead with this. It's overdue, it's been debated, and that there are checks and balances in place to ensure that there isn't abuse.
Now, I should say that, as everyone watching on television can see, MPs have got up from their benches. They are now filing through those division lobbies, the eyes to the right, the nose to the left of the Speaker. From this view of the House of Commons, of course, that's reversed. So you'll be able to see perhaps some familiar faces there within the House of Commons. Those who are going, as we look at it, to the left will be voting in favour of the bill. Those who are, as we look at it, going to the right will be voting against. But Kevin Ewell, you are the CEO of Humanists Against Assisted Suicide and Euthanasia. And it's an interesting angle on this, because throughout this debate we have often heard religious voices talk about this particular piece of legislation, and often there has been a religious divide. Those who hold a faith and a view on life through their faith seem to be more against it, and those who perhaps sit on the more humanist side of things take the opposite view. Why does that dichotomy that we started to see not so much apply to yourself?
Well, partially because I'm a historian, so I've seen what a sort of euthanasia, when it was raised in the 1920s, 1930s, what that entailed. So partially it's my knowledge of that, but partially it's also because I oppose suicide. I think we need to strenuously prevent people from taking their own lives. We owe them that protection, and I think this piece of legislation, if it passes, will undermine suicide prevention. It will essentially divide people up into two different groups. One, which is we will strenuously try to prevent your suicide, and the others, which your life is worthless enough that we will actually encourage suicide. One of the very disturbing aspects of this bill is that a doctor can raise this issue with a patient. They don't have to, but the fact that they can, if I go into my doctor's surgery and the doctor says, here are your treatment options, I would probably go for this if it were me, then I would listen to that doctor, and I think that's a big danger with
but
this
hang on,
bill.
wouldn't the opposite of that be if there was a patient who perhaps didn't know about all their options and was writhing in unbearable pain, perhaps given 2 weeks left to live? Would it not be right in that circumstance for the doctor to be able to suggest to that patient that either you can continue to writhe in unimaginable pain and indignity for the next 2 weeks, or there is another way out?
Well, pain is not in the top 5 reasons why people opt for this in Oregon. So it's an existential pain that really is behind the ostensible need for assisted suicide. That's what's behind the bill. So I don't think it's a solution to pain. Better care is the solution. Palliative care, hospice care. These are the solutions to the problems that you're outlining.
Yeah, let's put that to Danny, because is this an easy way out for the government, in a way, in some circumstances, not to make the investments that are needed in that care, that end-of-life care for people? And would you not feel uneasy with a relative going to a GP or a doctor or in the final, with an illness and being offered that? You know, on the menu of treatments, you can have assisted dying, you know.
Look, this isn't an either-or. We need better palliative care. We need better treatment options and pain relief options and so on towards the end of someone's life, as well as the option for some who fall into this fairly narrow category and go through the process and want to end their life to be given that choice. So it's both. I don't think it's an opt-out. Certainly the government's not sponsoring the bill, so I don't think it's the government sort of pushing that possibility. So, I mean, in terms of, would I... Personally, I wouldn't have concerns about a relative going to the doctor who's terminally ill, is given the various treatment or palliative care options, and also said, it's got to be your choice, but the law has changed, and if you wish to go through that route, there's a procedure that has to be gone through, It has to be checked, but you've got to be absolutely clear and have a settled view that that's what you want to do.
Really
to end your
switches,
life.
though, Danny, what a doctor's there for, though, doesn't it? You know, a doctor's there to tell you your treatment options, not to tell you how you can die, surely.
Well, I mean, it does check. Look, let's not pretend it's not a big change. It is a big change, and that's why we're having the discussion and the debate and the argument. But, you know, doctors are also there to tell patients sometimes that there's no hope, there's no treatment options, and, you know, they might be better off in a hospice, or would they prefer to die at home, and have those conversations with patients. So it is a big change, but I don't see it kind of switching the role of the doctor in a really profound way.
Kevin, you say that it's important to ward people away from suicide, that suicide is a scourge on this society, and I think we can all agree in most circumstances that is absolutely true. What do you say to the argument that currently there are people in this country who take their own lives for fear of a horrible death, through fear of Alzheimer's, through fear of all sorts of things? Currently we see people, often successfully, alone, without family around them, either fly off to Switzerland to have this done, or take their own life in a much more haphazard and self-administered way. Is that a concern for you?
Well, the studies that I have seen show that people tend to have suicidal thoughts in just after a diagnosis, a negative prognosis of you know, very little time. That's very, very understandable. But with support and with care and with a proper care, then that suicidality lessens as the weeks and months go by. And we've seen Esther Ranson, the ostensible reason for this, living long beyond what her initial prognosis is, and you know, having hope in many different ways. So I think it's that hopeful aspect that I'd say. And you know, do we really want our doctors to come and say, well, you could always kill yourself? I just don't think that's a good message for doctors to make.
And to you, Danny, this is a question that has divided people perhaps into two camps. The first is that they're against the principle of this thing, and always has been, and that's a solid constituency. But there's another, perhaps movable constituency within the House of Commons, as we look at it there, of people who are in favour of the principle but are concerned by the particular. And we've heard a number of voices in Parliament come out over the course of the last few weeks to say that they're in favour of the principle but not this bill.
Yeah, no, I absolutely get that, and they've raised some very important objections and points. But, you know, there comes a point where I think you have got the safeguards in place, you have to have an element of trust. I don't think you're going to be able to iron out every single wrinkle in a piece of legislation. There's still an implementation period, there's still the House of Lords, and I think we've reached a point where I think the safeguards are sufficient. That's my view, but I completely accept that some other people don't have that.
I mean, there's a lot of
that view
in our inbox at the moment. There are people who very much do support assisted dying, speaking from, you know, anecdotal evidence of relatives who've been in, you know, in awful positions in the last years of their life or the last weeks of their life. But Simon's got in touch. He says, Emily, once passed into law, the lawyers will abuse, challenge and pervert it. Parliamentary competence is highly lacking. Why turn doctors into murderers, he says, and corrupt the medical profession? I mean, it sounds extreme, but you are sanctioning a life being lost, Danny.
Yeah, but it's not the doctor who's doing the deed. The doctor is one part of a very rigorous process. It's the person themselves who's making the decision. There have to be independent voices and opinions looking at that to make sure that that person has a clear and settled will to do this, that they're not being coerced, they're not under pressure, that they've been given all the information. It's not something, I mean, Tom gave the example of someone with 2 weeks to live. It wouldn't be able to be done in 2 weeks anyway, because there has to be a lengthier period than that. But it looks like the vote is, we're about to hear the results.
Yes, and we will dive into the audio of the House of Commons as soon as we see those tellers make their way to the floor there.
Absolutely packed out, worth saying. If you're listening on radio, seems like every MP in the House is there.
It certainly does. But let's continue this conversation for the meantime, just until we see... I think we're seeing those tellers walk forward. We might not be. No, people are just returning to their benches. We'll keep a close eye on what's going on here.
Yeah.
But Kevin, what exactly do you think may happen now? We've been hearing that this is on an absolute knife edge. If you were a betting man, which way would you say it's going to go?
I would refuse to bet because I think it is that close. Although I wouldn't be surprised. I think I wouldn't be surprised if the legislation goes through by a very few votes. We're talking 5 to 10. That would probably be my best guess.
Does that
but
raise
people have been changing votes very, very often, so it's difficult to say. There are some unknown people who we don't know about. But
and as our political correspondent Catherine Forster has been telling us throughout the day, there are some people who haven't been in the House of Commons for those earlier votes on those amendments, so perhaps a little bit of misdirection from those earlier vote totals. A lot of people have travelled a long way to get to the House of Commons for this particular vote at this particular moment. Danny Shaw, does it matter if this is won by a whisker? Does that reduce the legitimacy in some way of what happens now?
I think it would make it a stickier situation in the House of Lords, and I think it would leave the peers in the Lords more likely perhaps to come forward with changes to try and deal with some of the anxieties. I think if it's a substantial majority, if it's 50 or so, which it was at the second reading, then I think they'd be very reluctant to make big changes to it. There's a hush descending on the House of Commons now, so it must be quite close.
It does seem tantalisingly close. But, Kevin, I suppose there is a huge strength of feeling on either sides of this debate. What could happen in the House of Lords if this passes, say, by a small margin now?
It will go to the House of Lords, and if there are, as I agree with what Danny says, that if it's very, very close, the House of Lords may be tempted to contest parts of it. It will go into the House of Lords and be debated there, and there will be amendments put, and then it would return. So it will be a very interesting period of time if it just narrowly passes. I think that gives it less legitimacy, as you say. So, yeah, we await when the tellers finally get up there what happens.
But crucially, of course, if this falls, the entire bill falls because of the private members' bill process here. If this vote fails, this particular piece of legislation cannot be resurrected within this parliamentary session, and it's unlikely that we'll need another general election before these issues are visited again. If they are, I mean, sometimes these seismic moments can settle things for a very long period of time. Danny, I suppose that is a compelling argument for campaigners on either side of this debate.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at probably 10 years before we get a vote on it. The last one, I think, was in 2015. Certainly wouldn't be one in this Parliament, and then it would depend on, situation politically after that. But I could see it being 10 years. People will probably say, look, we just need to let things settle now. So I think this is a big moment. I think we need to seize the moment. I think we need to make this change and give people who have terminal illnesses the choice about how to die.
I think we can see the tellers lining up there. The four tellers, 2 for the eyes, 2 for the nose, now standing just in front of those dispatch boxes. I believe the Speaker may be rising to his feet now. It's worth just seeing. Let's listen in to the House of Commons.
The eyes to the right, 314. The nose to the left, 291.
The eyes to the right, 314. The nose to the left, 291. The eyes have it, and look! That completes third reading. If people who wish to leave now, please do so.
It will now make its way to the House of Lords, but it does look like now assisted dying will become the law of the land in the United Kingdom.
That is a huge moment. That assisted dying bill has passed quite close, 314 to 291. I think you can probably call that a knife edge. Not many votes in between. It'll be interesting to see the breakdown of who switched to which side, people who hadn't voted in previous votes on this issue. Kevin, your reaction to that?
Pointed that it has gone through. I don't think this bill is going to be a good piece of legislation. You know, we will find out. And I think the principle that doctors are there to cure rather than to kill, that the NHS is there to, you know, create better health for the people of Britain, has been fundamentally changed. And I think this is a sad moment, really, for those of us who have been campaigning for a very long time against this legislation.
Now, we're just looking at scenes outside of Parliament here. There are some upset campaigners who were against this piece of legislation, of course, but there are also some very happy campaigners too, who are, I'm sure, feeling a great sense of relief. Everyone has a personal story about this, particularly those who have very, very strong opinions. People can draw upon, I'm sure, various experiences in their own lives. But just to go through those numbers once more, 314 members voting in favour, 291 voting against. My back of a fag packet maths suggests that's a majority of 46.
No, it's 23.
So, 23 individuals, but the majority you would double, because if they voted the other way, it would...
No, it's a majority of 23.
It's a
majority of 23?
Yeah.
Unlike a parliamentary... So, Danny Shaw, what would you make of that? Clearly, there are a number of abstentions as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, it reflects the unease that some people feel with this particular bill, and also there are clearly a number who have other objections to it. But it's still... It's not a wafer-thin majority. It's a small majority, but it's come down since second reading by 32, I think. So I think the House of Lords will take that as a sign that they need to give this very careful attention. They will go through, in particular, perhaps the areas which were most contentious, and that's absolutely right that they do that. But they will also understand that the will of the House of Commons is that this bill should become law. And I don't think the Lords will go against that. But, you know, more scrutiny, improvements, more safeguards, as long as it doesn't make it too unwieldy, I think that's a good thing. But this is a momentous moment, and I welcome the fact that we're now finally moving in the right direction.
Well, Kevin, a lot of people will be watching this who are on your side of the debate, thinking, well, how can it be that a few hundred MPs have made such a decision that will have such huge ramifications, potentially for thousands, millions of families in the future, potentially. Kevin, where does your campaign go from here?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, there are different things that you can do. I think, you know, it's very difficult to say what we'll do. We shall get together and we shall sort of discuss it. But this wasn't entirely unexpected. We had a reasonable idea of the numbers before we went in. I think, you know, the problem is that had we had another month to convince people, we would have brought more people over. 23 is a very tiny number of people. It's less than half of what it was, 55 in the last vote. So had we had more time to actually convince people, I think they would reject it. We will wait for another parliament and we will campaign for this to be rescinded.
Now, that is a strong statement there, because, of course, very often with these constitutional changes, once something becomes law, it simply doesn't move. We can see that on matters of conscience. Over the course of, well, the last 50 years, there have been significant social changes that have passed through Parliament, and the campaign against them falls away. I mean, I think back to the 1960s and the liberalisation of abortion, 2013, the liberalisation of equal marriage. I mean, whenever there's something that is large and societal like this, it does tend to stick around.
Well, possibly, but also I think when people see what is happening, not just in this country, but in the Netherlands, where autistic people are being euthanized simply because they are autistic, where where you have lots of, you have at least across the world 60 people suffering from anorexia who've been euthanized or had an assisted suicide. I think people will begin to think again, and I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that the next Parliament, which will be greatly different from this Parliament if trends continue, will consider this kind of legislation anew.
This feels incredibly emotional, Danny. You know, a bill like this has been discussed for weeks, months, for a very long time, but when it comes down to it, and there's a crunch vote like this, and you see a majority of 23 votes, does it make you anxious at all about what might be to come, Danny?
No, I'm pleased. I'm happy that this has gone through and that there's been a good debate. Some people have obviously moved away from it because the majority is smaller than it was back in November. But as I said, we've still got the House of Lords, the scrutinising chamber, to look in detail, to look clause by clause at this bill, and I'm sure that they will come up with, through their collective wisdom, with some improvements to it. We don't want a piece of legislation that's so unwieldy that it's impossible for people to navigate through or too complicated, but at the same time we do need some safeguards, and there's still some areas which I think can be tightened up. But this is a good moment. Don't forget that most of the public want to see people given the choice. 75%, I think, was the latest YouGov poll. I think that's been fairly consistent. So we're not out of step here with public opinion. We're not out of step here with what other countries are doing. That's not a reason to do it, but it's an indication that I think this is generally in the right direction. Tom made a very good point about liberalising pieces of legislation. We talked about the abortion laws. We talked about the laws decriminalising homosexuality and so on. In many ways, those have been improvements, and those have been welcome social reforms that have brought about good changes to society. And I think this, in time, don't forget, it's going to be a long time before it is implemented. I think this will be the same as well.
Well, let's get the very latest now with our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, who's been there in Parliament for us. Catherine, what is frankly the mood of the place? A majority of 23 votes.
Yes, well, it was pretty close in the end, wasn't it? 23 votes down from 55. But look, we have just witnessed history being made because MPs have voted to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. And, you know, this is going to be the most profound change to our society for decades. There'll be people outside celebrating and commiserating. And I was struck by something that a Conservative MP, Ben Spencer, said a little bit earlier, saying, whatever happens, we will let people down, but there will be people who are worried about this bill, and one of them now, I'm joined by Conservative MP Danny Kruger. Danny, you were on the bill committee for this. You were against it. How do you feel now?
Well, I'm disappointed that the Commons has decided to push this bill through to the House of Lords. It's not over yet. It doesn't become law until it's been through both Houses of Parliament. But I regret the decision that the House made today. I thought they shouldn't do it. But the significant thing is that the majority for the bill has been cut in half. Less than half the MPs in the House of Commons voted for it. So it doesn't have an overall majority yet. It just won this vote today. So I think what we've seen is the support for the bill has ebbed away significantly since the second reading, and now it's a job for the House of Lords to take on board the very significant concerns that were raised in the debate and in the committee about how this bill is dangerous, how there's still too many loopholes, too many gaps through which vulnerable people could fall. And I think that point was made very, very persuasively by many colleagues today, and the job of the Lords now is to look more closely at those. I'm afraid we haven't had enough time for debate in the House of Commons. The process has not been adequate. I really hope the Lords step up now. They recognise that this is a very divided House of Commons and that they have an absolute right and obligation to look closely at the bill and either to introduce safeguards to make it safer or to reject it outright.
Kim Leadbeater has said that it has the most robust safeguards in the world and that it won't be broadened as it has been in places like Canada. Do you expect, assuming that it does become law years down the line, there'll be legal challenges to broaden it further to people who are not terminally ill?
Well, of course that's going to happen, and it's not true that it's the safest in the world. There are other jurisdictions where doctors are not allowed to raise the suggestion of assisted dying with people. Kim rejected an amendment to that effect, so doctors will be allowed to suggest assisted dying. So it's already not the safest in the world, and absolutely what will happen, as happens in every other jurisdiction where they have anything like assisted dying, the eligibility is widened, and in our country we will have human rights cases being brought. Why should someone with a 6-month diagnosis have this right to an assisted death, but somebody with a 12-month diagnosis not? So once we've legalised the principle, I of course expect there will be a progressive widening of it, and even with the bill as it is, even without changing the law, there will be opportunities for people to as it were, sneak in with the scope that's currently designed. Again, that happens everywhere else. It's very, very subjective judgment whether somebody is eligible under this bill. So yes, it's going to be abused from day one, and there will be pressure to widen it as we go.
And there's still a lot that's basically TBC. We don't even know what drugs will be used. Lots of decisions for the Health Secretary, who is opposed to it. Opposition from the Royal College of Psychiatrists, pathologists, physicians. Do you worry that we won't have the capacity to implement this properly, given the state of the NHS now?
That's absolutely right. I mean, one amendment that has been introduced is that this bill will come into force within 4 years, whether it's ready or not. And to be ready, it will need these panels of psychiatrists and others to approve an assisted death. But the Royal College of Psychiatrists have said they're not going to have the capacity to staff these panels. They and the other Royal Colleges are opposed to this bill. They're neutral on the whole question of assisted dying, but they oppose this bill because they don't think it's workable. So yes, I'm very, very concerned. And you're right, the Health Secretary is opposed, the Justice Secretary is opposed, so the two departments of government that will be responsible for overseeing and implementing the system, the Secretaries of State there don't think that it's workable and don't think it's right. So if this passes, and as I say, it's not necessarily going to pass, but if it passes, we will have huge difficulties with the implementation of this thing over the next few years.
And just finally, obviously there will be many people celebrating Esther Rantzen being one of them. The Prime Minister made a promise to her, didn't he? She's terminally ill. But many people who've had dreadful experience with elderly people or relatives dying in agony. Do you see the need for something to have changed in the way we deal with people in the last months of life?
I absolutely do. I don't think the problem is with our law around assisted suicide. The problem is with our palliative care system and the way we manage end-of-life care in this country. It's not part of the NHS, and as a result it's a pretty inadequate system that we have, and that's why we have so many terrible stories of bad deaths. That's what we should be fixing, and absolutely. And the good thing that's come out of this debate is there is now increased focus on the end of life and on how we support people to die well. But the point about people dying in terrible agony, that's what we need to focus on. This bill is far wider than that. It will include people with mental health conditions. It will include young people with eating disorders. It will include disabled people. Many, many people will qualify for an assisted death under this law, not just those people suffering physically in the very last days. That's, if we were going to pass a bill for that, let's do it for that group, not this great wide bill. Let's focus on ensuring that people don't die badly, and we could do that, we should do that, without having to change the law.
Danny Kruger, thank you very much for talking to us today on GB News. Danny Kruger worked extremely hard on the committee that was dealing with this. Of course, he is very disappointed today, but there will be many others absolutely rejoicing, feeling that this will make a change and will help many, many people.
Catherine Forster, thank you very much indeed for bringing us that interview with Danny Kruger, who's disappointed with the outcome of this bill, but hoping that the Lords will tighten up certain safeguards there. Danny Shaw, let's bring you in just for the last time, as you have to head off. But it's a difficult one now, isn't it? Because there are people who are relying on the Lords, on the House of Lords, to tighten it up, essentially, this bill.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Danny Kruger there made some very good points, and credit to him and the way in which he sort of argued his case. And he's right that the Lords now have an opportunity to take some of those contentious issues around whether or not GPs, doctors should be able to bring this up as part of a discussion, problems that have been raised about the sort of so-called anorexia loophole, people with severe eating disorders who may then essentially starve themselves and become eligible for assisted death, even though they shouldn't be because they have a mental disorder. So there are various things that can still be gone through. It's a sign to the House of Lords that there is support for this, but there are still some, the support is weakened. I thought Danny Kruger there looked reasonably happy about the result. I mean, he was obviously hoping that it would be rejected outright, but I think he was encouraged by the fact the majority has fallen. But, you know, we can make improvements to this to get it right. And I do believe, I know that there are objections from the psychiatrists and others on their professional bodies as to the workings of this, but it can't be impossible to work round this and to find a way to make it work, to make it workable. We're not going to be dealing with thousands and thousands of cases here. I'm sure of that. And I think the evidence, you know, per
Danny,
year...
just on that, are we at risk of lowering the value of human life, though, as a country? We've seen the decriminalisation of abortion up to term. We're now seeing assisted dying go through with this final vote in the Commons. A lot of people bringing these two issues together and asking whether this Parliament is making the right decisions for these life and death issues.
Well, my view would be that they are making the right decisions, but it's being done in a respectful way and with a lot of debate. You know, assisted dying has been something that, you know, has been in the Commons for months and months and months. Before that, we've had debates, we've had previous attempts to try and get this through. So this isn't a knee-jerk reaction. I'm much more worried about emergency legislation that's introduced to deal with something that just, you know, comes up, that bubbles up suddenly, than I am about an issue that's given a lot of attention, a lot of time to discuss. And I think that we've had that. The safeguards are in place. I give full credit to Kim Leadbeater for pursuing this. Huge respect to her. But also, on the other side, those views have been taken into account. It's now over to the peers to try and make the right improvements.
OK, well, Danny Shaw, thanks indeed for joining us and talking through this historic result with us. But over to Catherine Forster now, who is in Westminster Hall for us within Parliament. Catherine, this is, of course, a monumental day and no doubt one that will ring heavy throughout... I suppose the books of history in terms of a moment of this Parliament. There's always a moment in a Parliament where you sort of have something that will last, that a Parliament is remembered for. Do you think this is one of those moments?
Yes, I absolutely do. In fact, I think it's the most significant moment that we've seen in terms of a parliamentary vote, probably for decades, in terms of the very profound way it's going to change society. It's literally a matter of life and death. The founding principles of the NHS will have to be changed. The NHS in the next 4 years, by 2029, will be compelled to offer assisted dying, no matter the stretch that there are on resources. So MPs beginning to emerge now, and I'm joined by David Reid. He is the Conservative MP for Exmouth and Exeter East. David, it was pretty close in the end. Tell me how you voted and why.
So I voted against. I just want to start by saying that this has been probably one of the hardest decisions I've made in my life. We are dealing with life and death here, as you said, and we are fundamentally voting to change the fabric of our society and the relationship that we have with death. When the bill originally came into Parliament, I didn't see the safeguards there. It's been brought through by a private member, so these bills normally are not given as much scrutiny if the government was to bring it in. I didn't see those safeguards, and I voted against initially. I've gone out, I've done the hard work, I've spoken to sort of thousands of people across the constituency to find out what their views are so that I can represent them as well as possible. And I wanted to see how this bill progressed. So we've seen it through committee stage. I wanted to see it strengthened there, and I would be more willing to have the conversation. What we've seen is a lot of the safeguards that were promised have been stripped out. So the sort of High Court judge, the legal side of things being stripped out, and then being offered out to a member of experts, an expert of medical practitioners. With the pressures that they already have, I can't see those safeguards being prioritised. What I'm really worried about now is the most vulnerable people in society that will be open to coercion, that they'll be seen by people in society that do want their house or their assets, and those pressures. And I really am worried about where this is going to go.
Kim Leadbeater and others say that this is a progressive change, and that one that was desperately needed to stop people who are dying, suffering terribly. Do you see a case for assisted dying, but not the way it's being done now, or no case for it at all?
So, no one wants to see anyone suffer. No one does, okay? Who wants to see a loved one writhing around in pain in their last couple of months on Earth? No one wants to see that. But the answer to that problem is not straight away going to assisted dying. There needs to be a much deeper conversation around palliative care, about the options that are available to people so that they can make an informed choice. But I don't see the safeguards being put in place today offering that option to people.
Something that struck me was it cuts across all political divides, and you had Diane Abbott talking about being here for the most vulnerable, you, Danny Kruger, for the Conservatives. Do you think it's been a factor that we've got hundreds of new MPs, but hundreds of Labour MPs? Now, it is an issue of conscience. People have a free vote, but we know that the Prime Minister made a promise to Esther Rantzen. Do you think any MPs have been influenced by that at all?
I think they definitely have. So look, if we see the initial vote, so when the bill came to Parliament for second reading, the divide between those who were for and against was much wider than it is today. And I think from a lot of colleagues that I've spoken to from across the House, from different political parties, they were waiting to see if those safeguards were put in place. They haven't seen those safeguards, and I think that's why the vote was far closer today. And I think watching how this legislation will go through now, it's going to have to go to the House of Lords, and I think we are going to have to really rely on the House of Lords to ask the really serious questions to make sure that those safeguards are thrown back to the House of Commons so that we can vote on it.
David Reid, thank you very much for talking to us today on GB News. Appreciate it. So that's two Conservative MPs unhappy with how this has gone. Of course, there are hundreds who will be delighted. But yes, this has been an enormous decision that has weighed very heavily on many, many of the MPs here.
So much, Catherine. Catherine Forster there in Westminster Hall speaking to MPs as they come out of that historic vote. It'll be an emotional one for a lot of people on both sides of this. As Catherine says, changes the relationship, perhaps, that we have with life
but
and
I
death.
I think it is to be commended, actually, in our Parliament that, I mean, especially the last two members of Parliament that Catherine just interviewed, the way that they're going about it, I think is constructive. The way that they're approaching this is to be commended, and I think that this goes to be said for actually most members of Parliament across the House of Commons from either side of this issue. They've been willing to listen to each other. There have been some amendments tightening up the eligibility criteria. No doubt, I think there will be some more tightening up of the eligibility criteria, and it will be an act once it finally gets the King's signature.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that has safeguards.
Yeah, I don't think I can hide that I'm feeling very uneasy about this. I know a lot of people will be feeling uneasy. It's a difficult one for people who are supportive of the bill to be delighted about this.
Yes.
I think it's more of a sort of feeling of, OK, this is moving in the right direction if you support it, rather than, you know, a cheering matter.
Or perhaps relief rather than delight,
people,
because there will be people who are deeply, deeply scared about the final moments of their life and want to have some more control over it. But there will be others who think that there's the issue of coercion. I mean, the debate will, of course, roll on, even though this debate now means that this act will become law.
OK, well, thank you very much for watching Good Afternoon Britain. We'll see you back on Monday, of course, but in the meantime, it's Martin Daubney who's up next at 3 o'clock. Martin, what have you got on the cards then?
Well, of course, we're continuing the debate around the historic day. We'll have campaigners and parliamentarians for the fors and the against as assisted dying became legal in the United Kingdom. Also, an astonishing message from an Iranian dissident, a woman living under terror under the Ayatollah, sent a message to GB News directly thanking us for our work and urging Sir Keir Starmer to take a lesson. Do not let Islamists get their feel on our soil. Plus, I'll be joined by Reform UK's biggest ever winner, a councillor in the Scarborough area who helped to sweep the Labour Party into the Scarborough Bay. What's his secret? How did he win? He'll join me on the show. That's all coming 3 till 6. But first, here's your weather forecast.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. It's a sunny and hot day widely across the country. Some patchy cloud, not entirely blue skies, and that patchy cloud giving the odd thundery downpour. We've seen 1 or 2 drops of rain across southwestern parts earlier on. They are tending to move north-eastwards as high pressure drifts to the east and extends hot air nationwide, and so it's not just the south where we'll see the warm sunshine during the rest of Friday. It's across much of the UK. Cloudier skies for the Northern Isles, far northwest of Scotland, but otherwise it's simply sunny skies across the board, and with that very strong June sunshine, temperatures reaching the mid to high 20s across northern Scotland through to Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, and in some spots 30 or 31 Celsius. Now, for 1 or 2 areas, there's the likelihood of a thundery shower or two, particularly through the Grampians as we end the afternoon and go into the evening, or perhaps through northeast England. But these will be very isolated. For the vast majority, it's a dry and bright end to the day. And look at the temperatures. This is at 6 p.m, 29 Celsius still there for Birmingham. Widely the mid to high 20s clinging on into the evening. And even after the sun goes down, despite the clear skies, we're going to see that warm air stay with us, and as a result it's going to be an uncomfortable night for sleeping. Some patchy cloud here and there, and again a few showers potentially towards the southwest, but for the vast majority it is a clear and dry night, and temperatures in 1 or 2 spots, for example Cardiff, not dropping below 20 Celsius. That gets us off to a very warm start to Saturday. It's not going to be entirely sunny. There will be areas of cloud in the west, a humid feel in the west. Plenty of sunshine further east, though, and with that sunshine, temperatures reaching the 32 to 34 range. And elsewhere, as those temperatures rise, the risk of some severe thunderstorms developing.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
£54,321 cash could be yours. Cash that you could spend however you like. It's like having an extra £1,000 each week for a whole year to play with. Someone is guaranteed to win this amazing amount of cash, so make sure that someone could be you. For another chance to win £54,321 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
Well, we have found some peacocks, so we've been speaking to people today, hearing from them how much of a nuisance they say they are. It is a real mix, though, here. Some people saying that actually they're all right, that they're part of the furniture of this village now. You can see this peacock here showing all of its feathers. I'm going to be very honest with you. We have just seen it attempt to mate the peahen that you can see behind it there. And this showing of feathers is part of the thing, what they do to part of the mating call here as well, to try and show all of the feathers off and everything like that. And there's a thing that they do train rattling as well. I wonder if Mr. Peacock might talk to us. Mr. Peacock, would you?
Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. We need you to get involved.
I'm not sure. This is GB News, Jack
This is your big David Attenborough moment, Jack.
Any questions to say to the nuisance you might be causing people? Any response?
Although this feels a little bit intimate now, there's a bit of a moment going on. It's all got a bit voyeuristic.
Very happy to talk to us so far this morning, but some residents of Tutbury here have spoken to us this morning. Take a listen to what they've told us about what they think about all these peacocks.
They've been here longer than I have, so I've lived in the house I live in at the top here 47 years. They've been there all that time, because they were from the castle to start with. The people at the castle used to have them, and they're just part of the village.
I hate them. When they do all that damage, it's heartbreaking, you know. Yeah, round them up and take them to a farm or a zoo, where they're supposed to be.
they're like the furniture. They should stay around here. You know, people just need to let them get on with what they are. They're nature's animals, and they deserve to live around here, don't they?
GB News, the People's Channel.
A very, very good afternoon to you on this historic day. It's 3 p.m. and welcome to the Martin Daubney Show on GB News. We're broadcasting for you live from the heart of Westminster and all across the UK.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
MPs historically votes to pass the assisted dying bill that will now allow terminally ill adults with 6 months or less to live to get medical assistance to end their own lives. Throughout the show today, we'll get reaction to this historic moment in this country's history from people on both sides of this historic debate. And in other news today, Nigel Farage is calling for protesters from Palestine Action who broke into RAF Brize Norton and damaged jets to be classified as terrorists. Is it time to clamp down on these renter thugs and jail all protesters who break into military compounds? And Reform UK has won a by-election in North Yorkshire by its biggest ever winning margin. Tom Seston, a first-time candidate, won a whopping 62.7% of the vote, more than all of the other parties combined. He'll join me on today's show to tell me how he swept the Labour Party into the Scarborough Bay. And Angela Rayner is planning a bloodbath council tax raid on London and the South East to help fund deprived areas in the north. The Deputy PM claims that this is progressive, but with the top 10% of British taxpayers already paying over 60% of all taxes, is this yet another socialist wealth tax in disguise? And that's all coming up in your next hour. Welcome to the show. History has been made today in the United Kingdom. The right to die has been legalised. We join countries around the world that will allow people to make the choice. The margin of victory, if that's the correct word, was only 23 votes. That was about half the original margin, as parliamentarians seemed to waver when it came time to pass the button and pass this historic law. On today's show, I'll be joined by campaigners, by activists, by parliamentarians, by those directly impacted by these decisions in their own lives to ask them, is this a dark day for Britain? Are parliamentarians playing God? Or are we moving towards a more progressive, enlightened society where we're allowed to make informed choices to help lessen pain and suffering as we approach our final days on this planet? It's a hugely divisive topic and one I would genuinely appreciate your thoughts on. So please get in touch. gbnews.com/your say is the way to do it. But before today's show, here's your news headlines with Sam Francis.
Martin, thank you, and very good afternoon to you. Fast approaching 3 minutes past 3. Well, a recap on that breaking news this hour that MPs have voted to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales, described by campaigners as a day for the history books.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
Well, the bill passed by 23 votes, allowing terminally ill adults with 6 months to live the right to end their own lives with medical help. Supporters say it's a victory for dignity and common sense, but critics warn it's a dangerous law that strips away vital safeguards. One opponent said the bill fails to protect vulnerable people from coercion and abuse. It now heads to the House of Lords, where the real battle begins. A major security review is underway after pro-Palestinian activists broke into RAF Brize Norton and sprayed red paint over 2 military planes. Footage shows them riding electric scooters inside the base and targeting an aircraft's engine. The Prime Minister has called the act disgraceful. The Ministry of Defence says it strongly condemns the damage. Palestine Action claims they've disrupted Britain's role in war crimes in the Middle East. Reform UK's Nigel Farage said the group should be labelled a terror organisation. GB News can reveal police are actively investigating reports of grooming gangs operating now in Newcastle. Survivors are coming forward with testimony, including one woman whose case collapsed after police failures. Northumbria Police says it's assessing fresh intelligence and evidence.
I do want the National Crime Agency to investigate abuse in Newcastle, because even though it's not the biggest city, it's happening really badly, and there's probably a lot of survivors out there who might be able to reach out if they haven't said anything. I do want my case to be reopened and investigated, because these men, I just know that they will be involved in doing what they did to me still to this day.
Well, the North East's Labour mayor is backing calls for a national inquiry now, demanding the region's voice is heard. Kim McGuinness is one of the first senior figures in the party to support that move. In other news, R&B star Chris Brown has pleaded not guilty to trying to cause grievous bodily harm after an alleged bottle attack at a London nightclub. He appeared at Southwark Crown Court this morning to enter his plea. The US singer was granted conditional bail last month and allowed to continue his international tour, but only after putting down a £5 million security to guarantee his return to court. That money could be forfeited if he breaches any of his bail conditions. And a UK heatwave is peaking today, with Saturday set to hit 34 degrees Celsius and London already passing the heatwave threshold. An amber heat health alert, though, remains in force across England, warning of pressure on hospitals and rising health risks. A yellow storm warning is also now in place from 3 p.m. on Saturday, covering parts of the Midlands, Wales and northern England. Forecasters warn of flash floods, hail and lightning as heat and humidity trigger intense thunderstorms. Fire crews have battled already over 500 wildfires this year. That is up more than 700% on 2024. Those are the latest headlines for now. I'll be back with you in around half an hour. Now, though, it's over to Martin.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Thank you, Sam. And we begin with the historic news that MPs in the United Kingdom have voted to approve the assisted dying bill. And that means that terminally ill adults expected to die within 6 months could seek medical assistance to end their lives. And let's remind ourselves now of this momentous moment that this took place a short while ago in Parliament.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291. The ayes have it, and look!
Well, there was shock and despair for some, but this was the moment that campaigners celebrated that result.
We won!
We can now speak with GB News' political correspondent Catherine Forster, who is there for us in Westminster Hall. Catherine Forster, you've been covering this story throughout. You and I have debated the moral complexities of this, the implications of this, the lessons we've learned from abroad. Today, it was voted through. Tell us the mood on the ground there at this historic moment.
Yes, well, we have just witnessed history. There's lots of votes in Parliament, of course there are, but this is going to be the biggest change to society in England and Wales for decades, potentially, since the Abortion Act, because what this means is, yes, it will go to the House of Lords, but it has to be implemented by the NHS by 2029. The founding principles of the NHS will have to be rewritten. Concerns, of course, about the state of palliative care, the pressure on the NHS, but many, many people absolutely delighted, thinking this is a long overdue change which will save people that are dying suffering. I'm joined now by Jake Richards. He is the Labour MP for Rother Valley. He sat on the Bill Committee and is absolutely an expert on this. Jake, thank you for talking to us today. You must be feeling very relieved. Tell us why you feel it is so important this change is made.
Well, yes, I'm really pleased. This is a profound moment, and for thousands of people, including many of my constituents who have campaigned and fought for this change in the law for many, many years. Saying that, this is not a celebration. We're very aware there are other people, including constituents of mine, who are really worried about this change, who are against this, and we need to bring the country together now. And as this bill goes to the House of Lords, where there'll be further amendments and hopefully further strengthening of those safeguards, I hope people can be reassured that this bill is really rigorous. The government will have 4 long years to implement it to make sure it's safe. But yes, on a personal level, obviously to be involved in a small way in really profound social change is a really important moment for me.
And obviously, huge relief, but it will take time. Are you confident, given the resources, given the state of the NHS and palliative care, given the opposition from quite a lot of doctors to this, that you will be able to implement it and do it well and properly in that time frame?
I'm really confident that this can be done within the 4-year time period within the legislation. I think that's a pretty reasonable time frame for it. But look, I'll be keeping an eye on it. My job as an MP is not just to sign this bill and then go home. I will be keeping an eye on what the government is doing over the next 4-year period and making sure that they're held to account as they should be. This is really serious stuff, and there are some doctors who are for it, there are some doctors who are against it. I'm really pleased that we're going to be making real progress over the next few years at implementing it. And at the same time, I'm really pleased the government have committed again to look at palliative care, because it's not either or. We need to improve both. We need to improve palliative care and offer assisted dying, in my view, and I hope that will be done over the coming months and years.
One of your fellow Labour MPs, Vicky Foxcroft, just resigned the whip over the disability cuts. She spoke in Parliament earlier saying that she was astonished at the lack of voices in this debate about people from disabilities. Many of them feel incredibly worried and that they've been closed out. What do you say to those people?
Well, first of all, I understand there are lots of people from disabled communities who are really, really worried about this. I don't accept the criticism that Vicky made. I personally met with disabled people in my constituency, disabled groups as well, gave evidence to the Bill Committee. My neighbouring MP and colleague, Marie Tidball in Penistone Stockbridge, went above and beyond to make sure that disabled voices were heard as part of this process and in the assisted dying process. And we've had actually real big changes since second reading in the bill in that regard. But that conversation continues. This is not the end of the road in any way, and I'll continue to be talking to disabled constituents and others about this. But it's worth saying that there are a lot of disabled people in this country who do support this change as well, who don't want to be left out and who would like to have the option of an assisted death in certain circumstances. We need to make sure that's done safely, but I don't think it's a homogenous group or there's one view on this.
Jake Richards, thank you very much for talking to us on GB News. Thank you. So an enormous day in Parliament. I was struck by something that Conservative MP Ben Spencer said a little bit earlier in the Commons. He said, we are bound to let some people down. If it had not passed, terminally ill people would feel abandoned. We know there's horrible stories of people having taken their own lives. I was talking to a gentleman whose wife had effectively suffocated despite palliative care, but now as things stand it's going to go ahead, but there'll be many like Diane Abbott and others very concerned for what this might mean for the very most vulnerable people in society.
Thank you, Catherine. I know you've done a huge amount of work on this. You've been to Canada, looking at the lessons we can learn from there, and your work's been excellent on this. I can sense the emotion in your voice. Thank you for joining us today from Westminster, Catherine Forster. Let's get back to the studio now and have a debate on this, the pros and the cons of this truly momentous time in British political history. I'm joined in the studio by the former chair of Dignity in Dying, Dr. Jonathan Romain, and also the Global Campaigns Manager at Citizen Go, Caroline Farrow. Welcome to you both. If I could start with you, Dr. Romain, would you mind setting out the timeline now? A lot of people, I think, believe this is law now. It's not. What happens next?
No, you're quite right. It was an important vote, but it won't happen tomorrow because it's first of all got to go to the Lords. There'll be further amendments. It could ping-pong back to the Commons, but it is likely to pass the Lords because they tend to follow the will of the Commons. And then it still won't be law. We expect they'll pass it in November. But then there's going to be an implementation period, because this is a very serious business and we've got to get it right in terms of the protocols, the training for GPs. So they're allowing between 2 and 4 years. So it's not going to happen tomorrow, but it is hopefully in the pipeline. And I say hopefully because this isn't about winning or losing. This is about helping people who are terminally ill. and mentally competent and who are suffering and who have had a great life, but they feel that they are suffering unbearably, and now is the time for them to let go. Now, of course, if people want to carry on to their last breath, as I'm sure most people will, that's great, and they should have every support, palliative care. But for those people who are suffering, and we know there are so many stories, in fact, my tipping point, because I was initially, I don't know if you know this, I was initially a bit wary about this, and then I kept on, as a Minister of Religion, visiting people in hospital. They had brilliant care, but they were still dying in pain. And my tipping point was when I went to see our chap, I call him Colin, and he was not just in his bed, he was on his bed, on his knees, with his head in between his knees. And I said, you know, why are you in this position? And he said, that's the only way I can control the pain. And I thought there has to be a different way. There has to be a better way. So this is really about giving people options. People who want to carry on, great. They should be having every support. But people who want to let go and say, thank you, God, it's been a great life, but I really don't want to suffer. And these are people, of course, who are terminally ill, so they are dying anyway. And they don't want to carry on in excruciating pain or whatever. We should give them that option.
Caroline Farrow, you no doubt have a very different take on this. I can see you're very emotional. When I spoke to you beforehand, devastating news for you. Tell us what you believe this spells for Britain.
I think it's not a vote for dignity. I think it's a vote for despair. And I think, once again, laws are being made by the strong that's going to disproportionately affect the weak. Sorry, I don't normally get upset, but yeah, I think this is so shocking. One of the things that struck me as Jonathan was talking was you were talking about doctors needing to be trained. You know, so that trained to what, basically? Thank you. Trained to kill people. And I think this is one of the issues with this bill, is that we can't just say this is a private decision. We live in a country where we have a socialised healthcare, and a private decision is going to affect every single individual. And I think it's those individuals, well, we know it's those individuals who are privileged that will have the choice. Individuals who are feeling... One of the amendments that was rejected this morning was to deny... There was an amendment that said if somebody's being pressured or coerced, they won't be... or feels that they're being a burden. If someone feels they're being a burden or is mentally ill, they won't be allowed an assisted death. And that amendment got voted down. So it is people who feel like they are being a burden, who... You know, we know that choice is very rarely made in a vacuum. Choice is very rarely made objectively. And I think this just changes the nature of doctors. It changes the role of the NHS. It has provided a foundation for the charter of the NHS to be changed at will by any future government. It's a Trojan horse. So the NHS that was set up to protect and conserve our health can now kill us. And then that's before we go into the logistics of... We don't know what drugs are going to be used. We don't know what method. There's some terrible stories of people being given the drugs to die and taking 72 hours. I think there was one case of a man who it didn't work, and then he died two weeks later. We've all got stories. My father was given a terminal diagnosis in 1990. He's still, thank God, here today. I have a very good, close personal family friend whose sister chose an assisted death in Canada, and she said there was absolutely nothing dignified about this. So I have to admit, yeah, my heart's breaking. This doesn't just affect a few individuals. This affects everybody, and I think it's... You know, I think the reaction of the disabled campaigners outside of Parliament today, it's like a dark cloud descended. You know.
Can I come in and correct you gently? Because firstly, doctors won't be killing patients. The really key thing about this is that it's assisted only in that you can get a prescription. But you have to be compos mentis, you have to be mentally competent. Only you yourself can take the medication. And that's really crucial, because we want people with agency to do it. So it's not doctors killing people, it's doctors giving people the prescription if they so wish to take it. And as for coercion, well, actually, doctors are already trained to spot coercion. This will be additional training on top of it. And the big thing, well, you mentioned disabled people, but of course, if you're disabled, you don't qualify. you have to be terminally ill. So whether you're able or disabled is irrelevant. You have to be terminally ill. And remember also, we're not going into a leap into the dark, which sort of Caroline seems to imply.
But there have been a lot of people saying people with anorexia could qualify. The financial strain on the NHS could be enormous. Is the sign-off inadequate? Are there enough psychiatrists to take care of the caseload? We don't know how many people may come forward or what the costs may be. There could be oversight issues.
But we do. That's the whole point. This isn't like the first thing in the world. We're doing exactly what's happened in Oregon, which is they've had it since 1997. Very, very similar. And that's, what, over 27 years? That's 27 years ago. So we've got 27 years' worth of medical records, statistics, research, regulation, monitoring. This is no leap into the dark. We are actually following a well-trodden path. And of course, what's really great about Oregon is not only do we have the records, but also we know from Oregon that palliative care people who were initially against, I have to say, are now working hand in hand with the assisted dying process, and they get benefits as well. I mean, what happened in October? Remember, Wes Streeting gave £100 million to the palliative care hospices so that palliative care should be just as much supported as assisted dying.
OK, Caroline Farrow, final word to you. I know you also shared huge concerns about the recent, well, very recent passing of the abortion bill too. Is there something in your eye, you think, going on about the sanctity of life with this government and something that sends out grave worries for you?
I think so. I mean, I heard the MP, Luke Jones, I think, talk about... He referred to the bill that was passed, the amendment to the Police and Criminal Justice Bill on Tuesday, and he said, we've already talked about choice this week. You know, and that choice was the choice of a mother of a full-term healthy baby to be able to procure her own abortion with no sanctions. And he said passing this would bookend the week nicely, which was incredibly callous. I think the problem is that the Parliament doesn't... Our parliamentarians don't understand the dignity, sanctity and value of life. We're being seen as a commodity, and it has very much felt like a week of death. And the other thing is, this change... I know one campaign group, the Together campaign, were calling for a referendum. This change was not on any single party's manifesto.
Not true, not true. It was on Conservative and Liberal Democrats said that they were in favour. Right.
Nobody actively campaigned on this issue. And
well, you're just going back on yourself. You just told something that wasn't quite true. So
I would like to see where it was openly published on the Tory manifesto. I mean, frankly, I think any Conservative who voted for this bill should be stripped of office. They're not a Conservative. What are they conserving?
It was conscience. It was a matter of conscience, which is why it was a private member's bill, which is the best thing to be.
But it's not. You know, it's not. This is a matter. Death affects everybody. It's a matter of human. It's a matter of human experience.
This is about helping people.
This is not individual conscience. This is about, do we, in a socialised healthcare system, do we coerce... And believe me, I know, I've had 5 children. With about 3 or 4 of my children, I've been offered an abortion every single time. You know, doctors will be able to raise this with their with their patient, sorry. Doctors will be able to say, I'm really sorry you've had a devastating diagnosis. Do you want to choose an assisted death? That is going to be seen as soft pressure. OK, I'm afraid we have to leave it there. Thank you very much. 2 very different opinions, but both hugely passionate. Thank you. And that is Dr. Jonathan Romain and Caroline Farrow. Thank you. Now, coming up next, we'll be getting plenty more reaction to come as the assisted dying bill is approved by British parliamentarians. You're with me, Martin Daubney, on GB News, Britain's News Channel.
GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Welcome back. Time is 3:26 with me, Martin Daubney, on GB News. Now to the historic news that MPs have voted to approve the assisted dying bill, and we can now cross back and join GB News' political correspondent Catherine Forster inside the historic Westminster Hall. Catherine, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Martin. Well, we have seen history made here today because by 2029, assisted dying in England and Wales will have to be implemented. That is what MPs have voted for today. Yes, it will go to the House of Lords, but the House of Lords is a refining chamber, so this should become law. It's an enormous moment, and I'm joined now by Kit Malthouse. Now, he has campaigned for assisted dying for many, many years. Thank you for talking to us today. You're the Conservative MP for North West Hampshire. You've worked very closely with Kim Leadbeater on this. How are you feeling today, and why do you think this is such an important step to take?
So it's a very good question. I guess it's a mixture of feelings. I think the overwhelming feeling is relief. There's no cause for celebration today. This is a profoundly sad and difficult subject. We're talking about how people with terminal diseases choose to die. But I do feel relief because over the last 10 years or so of campaigning, I spent a lot of time with dying and bereaved people, some of whom have given their last moments to this campaign. And I'm relieved that, in 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, those stories that we've heard that are so profound over the last 10 years may come to an end. I just had a text from a buddy who said, kind of congratulations, getting it through. It came too late for his dad, but let's hope it will help other people. And that's what you hear again and again from these remarkable campaigners who've been working on this for so long.
There's a lot of opposition, isn't there, though, the Royal College of Psychiatrists, Pathologists, Physicians, and Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, real concerns about the NHS's capacity to implement this. Are you confident that this can be done and done well? And what do you say to people that say it's going to take resources that are badly needed from palliative care, for example?
I am confident it's going to be done well. I mean, the impact statement that the government did showed that the impact on the NHS is broadly negligible. And don't forget...
Well, it's going to save money, ultimately.
But don't forget, these are broadly people who've been in the NHS already, struggling with their disease, sometimes after many years, right? So they're already part of the NHS machine. And what we found in other countries, talking to Australian palliative care medics or in the States or wherever, is that actually this pretty quickly, seamlessly becomes part of a kind of compassionate way of handling death. One of the values, of course, that it brings is the ability to have a proper conversation about death, which is something we don't do very well in this country. I had a conversation with a palliative care doctor from Australia who'd been an opponent before they brought it in. Afterwards, she felt a duty as part of her professional standards to participate and offer it to patients. I think she'd done 5 when I spoke to her, and she said it had profoundly changed her view, that she could see the compassion and the control that dying people were given through this. And as a result, she felt it was, I guess to a certain extent, her duty as a medic now to help people shepherd their way to what she could see for many was a dignified death. And so I think that we will see that in the UK, and I have confidence in our medics and our professionals that they will adapt to what the House of Commons wants. The other thing to remember, of course, that people forget about this is that a very high proportion of people who apply for and get permission for an assisted death don't use it. They have it as a card, an option, something they may wish to use if their disease becomes too much. But what it gives them is liberation from fear. Right? We heard again and again in the House today people saying they didn't fear death, they feared dying. And it's that process that this gives them control over.
Kit Malthouse, thank you very much for talking to us today. So Kit Malthouse saying no cause for celebration. Of course, it's a historic moment and a sombre moment too, because it is about the end of people's lives. Now, many people worry that what's happened in Canada, where it's been broadened excessively, could happen here. Kim Leadbeater has previously told me that that cannot happen, but there are many concerned that where this begins, that it could potentially end somewhere different.
Catherine Forster, excellent summary, brilliant interview. Thank you very much for joining us. We're back to you soon for more reaction now. Let's join Pastor Graham Nichols. Pastor Nichols, welcome to the show. I've taken a keen interest in your campaigning on this, and you've been very forthright. You think this is now legalised state-assisted suicide?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's a really sad day and the end of a really sad week when abortion being legalised for women has been voted as well. I think at a philosophical level, I think it's wrong because I believe in human dignity up to the point that we die naturally. And I think practically it's wrong in that it was a terrible debating process. Virtually everyone, not particularly Christians, seemed to be against it, and yet the MPs voted very significantly in favour of it. So I'm really sad from every point of view. I'm sad for the people who would now find themselves under pressure, disabled people, people with mental health issues. I think all the reassurances about Safeguard are just like mist. They will vanish very soon. This will become state-sponsored suicide, state-sponsored killing, and I'm sad for that. But I'm a Christian. I believe God's on the throne, so I still believe God's in charge. We lose some battles on the way, but we still think God's on the throne.
Pastor Nichols, I wonder if you've hit something more profound there. I was joined by Caroline Farrow a short while ago. No doubt you know her, and she was saying it feels like a godlessness has come across our parliament, almost a dark cloud, she put it as, and questioning the right of man to play God.
Yeah, I think it's part of a secularization of society where, you know, how do you decide what's right and wrong when you have a godless society? You either sort of do it by crowdsourcing opinions, or you do it by thinking, well, what seems to kind of have the best utility, or you do it kind of on emotions in the moment. And particularly sort of worshipping the God of autonomy. I must have autonomy. Whatever it does for the rest of society and general trends, I must have autonomy. And I think that's what's happening. Autonomy, utility, those are the kind of things that we're heading for, rather than thinking, as a society, how do we actually care for one another? I think it's nonsense, people kind of cheering on and saying, oh, this is wonderful, how we're going to care for people. This is not caring for people. This is killing people. This is not assisting people to die. We already do that. This is assisting people to kill themselves. And the whole idea that the doctor's not somehow involved in that from your previous speaker it's just ridiculous. You know, handing over the poison but not actually injecting it is a very trivial distinction. They're basically, you know, an accessory to murder now. Doctors will be asked to be accessories to murder. It's an awful situation to be. I want people to still stay in the medical profession. I want people to still be doing hospice care and end-of-life care, but I fear for all the pressure they will come under. If you're running a hospice, you can't even opt out of this law and say that I don't want to offer it. You know, if in good conscience, like the passionate people that will be involved in this debate, you can't actually say, I don't want to be involved in this. That's being overridden. So I think from every point of view, it's a terrible law and it's a sad day.
And yet, Pastor Graham Nichols, those holding the hands of their loved ones as they die in agony, as I have, it would no doubt test their faith in God. How could a God put somebody through that? It's a testing moment, even for those with the strongest of faiths.
Well, indeed, and you know, all death is devastating. You know, as Christians, we believe that death is a result of you know, original sin and our actual sin. So we have an explanation for death, and we have a hope beyond death. But yeah, in the moment, it's terrible. I just missed my mother's death by about 2 minutes, but I was pretty much there when she died, and similarly with my dad. So I understand that, and my father-in-law died in the autumn as well, last autumn. So I understand that, but actually there is a dignity in living with someone through their final months or days or hours, and actually you're robbing people of that closure. So I think everybody loses, nobody wins. However hard this is a shaping and a good experience that we go through.
You know, this is a day for sombre reflection. It's a deep conversation, this. I think it's going to test a lot of people's moral fibre, their faith. And I want to thank you, you know, for helping me to try and make some sense of this, because I think a lot of people tuning into this today and seeing what's happened will be trying to go through the same journey. Thanks for helping us all to try and understand it. Pastor Graham Nichols, pleasure to have your company. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Lots more still to come between now and 4 o'clock, including concerns that the changing of the definition of Islamophobia could impact the inquiry into grooming gangs. More on this next with me, Martin Dorby on GB News, Business News Channel.
Hi there. It's increasingly hot out there, and it's going to become even hotter in places during tomorrow. Some patchy cloud around, some isolated showers here and there, but otherwise for the vast majority we've got high pressure in charge, and that's been directing the heat northwards during the day, so it's widespread heat rather than more localised to the south. Temperatures widely in the mid to high 20s, low 30s in places. And it's going to lead on to a very warm night. Always a chance of a shower or thunderstorm across northeast Scotland, northeast England. These will be very isolated. Overall, most places will see a dry and clear night, despite the clear skies. Temperatures in places holding up at 20 or 21 Celsius. So an uncomfortable night for sleeping and a very warm start to the weekend. We've got widespread sunny skies in the east, thicker cloud coming into the west and southwest. Always a chance of a few showers from this cloud, but these again will be very hit and miss, and they'll move generally north and northeastwards through the morning. Northern Ireland, a mix of cloud and sunny spells, not quite as warm here. We're already seeing a change coming into Northern Ireland and Western Scotland, but we keep the warmth elsewhere across the UK. And as we go into the afternoon, those temperatures rising very quickly. We're talking about widely across central and eastern parts of the country, high 20s, and in some spots as high as 33, 34 Celsius. The hot spot somewhere from London up towards Yorkshire. But all that heat energy, there's a risk as fresher air comes in to the west, not quite as hot in the west, that we'll see some very lively thunderstorms later on Saturday. And the main risk area, although many places could be affected by a thunderstorm, the main risk area is North Wales, North Midlands, Northern England. We're talking about large hail, torrential rain, frequent lightning, gusty winds. They sweep through, and then fresher conditions arrive later in the weekend and into the start of next week.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon, this is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. Motorists on the A737 should approach with caution due to delays northbound between Linklive Interchange and St James. The A55 westbound is closed between Junction 18 and Junction 17 at Conwy Morford due to tunnel contraflow. On the M6 southbound in Warrington, one lane is closed after a collision, causing a 20-minute delay. Norfolk's A47 eastbound is delayed by a collision with one lane closed. In Hampshire, the M27 westbound is slightly congested. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast has delays at Birmingham New Street. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Welcome back. Your time is 3:39. You're with me, Martin Daubney, on GB News. Now, there are stark warnings that government proposals to redefine Islamophobia could shut down discussion around rape gangs. Now, the think tank group, the Policy Exchange, have said that the working group on the new definition, led by the former Attorney General Dominic Grieve, needs to be suspended with immediate effect, with concerns that the ability to hold those accountable for the rape gang scandal could be hindered. Well, let's speak now with the head of security and extremism at the Policy Exchange, and that's Paul Stott. Paul, welcome to the show. An excellent report you guys have out called How Not to Tackle Grooming Gangs, and central to that is this redefinition of the word Islamophobia. Tell us why you think this is a terrible idea.
Well, our report basically starts on the premise, Martin, that the ground on which British politics sits, or certainly the ground of this debate, has completely shifted following the national audit by Baroness Casey. And I think the Home Secretary did seem to recognise that. At the weekend, there's a recognition that people have been vilified in the past for making entirely sensible comments about grooming gangs. Indeed, Louise Casey herself was given the award of was nominated for Islamophobe of the Year by one activist group for a previous report she did on Rotherham. We know Andrew Norfolk, Anne Cryer, local MP in Keighley, got terrible stick off people, and they were all right to say the things that they did. It was their critics that were in the wrong. And what we can't do with this inquiry when it gets going is put a straitjacket on it. It needs to look in a lot of dark areas. It needs to get stuck in to failing past police inquiries, issues around local councils. And our fear is if there's a definition of Islamophobia, people will be afraid to speak out.
I can't see anything that can criticise you on. The notion that Baroness Casey herself in 2017 was nominated to be Islamophobe of the Year because she was investigating the Rotherham scandal is in itself surely enough to send the alarm bells that we should and could, be allowed to criticise anything. It was only a short while ago that calling these rape gangs Pakistani-dominated rape gangs, which is factually correct, was Islamophobic. The timing is terrible. Surely they've got to press the pause button. But do you think that will happen?
Well, this group that you mentioned, the Muslim hatred / Islamophobia definition working group, as its rather lengthy title, is headed by Dominic Grieve. It was established by the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, back in February, and given 6 months to come up with a working definition of Islamophobia. It wasn't tasked with whether there should be a definition at all, which does rather suggest that people's minds are made up. And indeed, Dominic Grieve, as chair, he had previously supported the APPG, or Party Parliamentary Group on British Muslims, who came up with an earlier definition. So in many ways, I fear this is a done deal. Indeed, one of my colleagues, Sir John Jenkins, former ambassador to Saudi Arabia, he was asked to give evidence to Mr. Grieve's group, and he declined to do so, basically fearing it's a done deal, that the government's committed on this. And our argument now is because of what's clearly been established by Baroness Casey, because of the need to have a full and proper and fearless inquiry, Angela Rayner now needs to pause this group, and the government needs to pause all its work on an Islamophobia definition. That doesn't mean stopping work on anti-Muslim hatred. That's already illegal. It means pausing work on an Islamophobia definition, and that's for the government to do now.
Paul Stott, do we even need, a definition of Islamophobia specifically as a specific protected religion? We have, as you quite correctly say, anti-hate crimes. We have equality laws which specifically protect people along lines of faith, along race, along gender. We have the framework already. Why do we need special dispensation? Why do we need special treatment? And could that give special cover to wrongdoings, particularly around the sensitive issue of rape gangs?
Well, I don't think we need special dispensation for one faith. And indeed, at Policy Exchange, we've argued now for 5 or 6 years that a definition of Islamophobia would inevitably restrict freedom of speech. And even though the government's current position is it wouldn't be legally binding, the reality is that in practice it would be. Because if it's accepted by employers, it's accepted by trade unions, it's accepted by government and across the public sector, it in effect becomes the rules, the policy, the law of your workplace. And I think it'd be very difficult for somebody who, for example, worked in a local authority in somewhere like Rochdale, Rotherham, Telford, some of the areas where we've seen real problems in the past. It'd be very hard for them to speak out if they know it's going to cost them their job. So the case against this definition or policy is stronger now than it ever has been.
And Paul Stott, Sir John Jenkins, the co-author of the report, I think just sums it up brilliantly. He says this: the redefinition of Islamophobia will almost certainly turbocharge cancel culture and would be an undeniable act of two-tier policy, creating special status and protection for members of one faith alone. I put it to you again, Paul Stott, that is not how we live in Britain. We don't have special protection. We stand before the law, we stand before God with equity.
We do, Martin, and I think the government is now beginning to be a little bit rattled by the charge of two-tier policy, two-tier policing, etc., has been one of the big debates. If it accepts a definition of Islamophobia, that would be the worst example yet of two-tier policy, and it will have a very negative effect on social cohesion, on community relations, and I think also they'll pay the price at the ballot box potentially.
Paul Stott, an excellent summary, and of course adding nobody should be discriminatory towards anybody for their faith. This isn't about that. This is about, do we need special definitions? Paul Stott, excellent. Thanks for joining me today on the show. A pleasure to have your company from Policy Exchange. Great report. Now, if you're in search of some holiday sun this year, then here is the forecast for some of the top European destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The hot air that we've got across the UK on Saturday extends into France and Spain, but the chance of thunderstorms in these areas as well. Also the chance of thundery showers through Greece, but the islands should escape with sunny spells, albeit with a keen breeze. Through Italy, we've got plenty of sunny skies, but the Alps will see some lively weather with showers and thunderstorms, and those showers also affecting parts of Spain. But Portugal seeing largely sunny skies and plenty of sunshine through the outlook period.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our viewers and listeners. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
What do you think? Is there personal agendas being pushed in schools by maybe individual teachers, or perhaps it's the ethos of the entire school?
I don't think it's not widespread, but there are isolated incidents where, you know, you hear about teachers who have put too much of their own personal opinion into things. And it's actually in the Teaching Standards of England, Part 2, about your professional and personal conduct as well, and also the prevent duty. So I think it's not widespread, but we do hear of cases where teachers have been struck off for this behaviour.
So are there quite strict guidelines then, Christine, on what teachers can bring to the classroom? And would you know if a teacher is stepping outside of those boundaries?
Yeah, 100%. You, as a head teacher and as a senior management team, you need to look at the curriculum, what's being taught, and that how it's delivered within the classroom as well, because there are strict standards. And if a school is failing in that way, then it's not good at all.
Fahima, what might the issues be with this, do you think, from your point of view? If a teacher brings their own ideas about identity politics, let's say, or actually just politics in general, into the classroom, should they be allowed to do that?
To be honest, I don't think that teachers actually will bring their own politics into it. I think it's just their style of teaching, regardless of their opinion. I don't think they can rewrite history. It's only about expanding it. And good teaching presents multiple perspectives, especially in a diverse country like Britain. And it doesn't mean it's erasing sort of any sort of content or traditional. It just means that we're just, you know, adding different voices and critical thinking. That's the whole idea about education, is critical thinking and not blind agreement.
GB News, the People's Channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we are in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, it's the penultimate day at Royal Ascot, where the King and Queen have made yet another appearance. Let's go live now to our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker. Cameron, tell us all about it.
Hi Martin, the weather is glorious here at Royal Ascot. Ethical Diamonds is the horse that has just won the Duke of Edinburgh Stakes, but a little bit earlier on I spoke to two brothers, one in the Royal Air Force, one in the Royal Navy, who is here raising money for military charities at Royal Ascot. Take a look.
Yeah, so we grew up in a military family. Our dad was in the military, in the Royal Navy, and then all three of his sons have ended up going into the military. Two of us in the Royal Navy, and then me as a bit of the black sheep of the family joining the Royal Air Force.
Oh, how did that go down?
Not well, but lots of banter as always, but really enjoying serving in the RAF, and obviously my brother's in the Navy.
Of course, and Ethan, you are here, both of you here representing the Armed Forces charities. Just explain to me what those charities do and how they support serving personnel in the UK.
Yeah, so we're here collecting for all three tri-service charities, and those charities support serving personnel, veterans and their families in times of need. So a very, very proud day to be collecting for them. So I'll be around the bandstand later this afternoon collecting.
And of course here at Royal Ascot, is it both your first time here today?
No, I've actually been here for the last 5 years, so we're big racing fans as well as serving members of the military. So this is tips both sides of the coin, so we really enjoy it.
So are you on duty today, or do you get to have a bit of fun as well?
A bit of fun, enjoy watching the horses and having a bit of a flutter, and then later on we'll be collecting with buckets at the exits for the general members of the public to donate to the charities.
Of course, and Ethan, of course, their Majesties just took part in the royal procession, and you, your brother and your military colleagues all saluted His Majesty before he went into the royal box. Just explain to me what it's like seeing His Majesty up close as head of the armed forces, and how important it is the royal family's connection to the Navy and the Air Force and the Army.
Yeah, it's an honour to be here and obviously see the procession come through, and even more of an honour to be able to salute His Majesty as he came past. So yeah, a day to remember.
And did he acknowledge you when he walked past you?
He did, yeah, as always, and he shared a few words, made sure we were getting looked after, fed and drank, and we wished him luck for the day.
Now all eyes on the Sandringham Stakes at 5 o'clock this evening because the King and Queen's horse, Purple Rainbow, is running. Is it going to be third time lucky for the King and Queen with the winning horse? Because last couple of times they haven't been able to win. Could they pivot at the post this time? Let's see.
Beautiful stuff, Cameron Walker. You get all of the best gigs, great reporting, and a splendid top hat as ever. Thank you, Cameron Walker. Now, plenty more to come in the next hour, including, of course, a full dissection of that historic assisted dying bill. I'll be joined by parliamentarians and campaigners from both sides of the divide. And also, I'll be joined by Reform UK's newest councillor, who won the biggest ever majority the Reform Party has seen to date. He garnered 62.7% of the vote share in North Yorkshire. That's more than all of the other parties combined. How did he do it? And how did he sweep the Labour Party into the Scarborough Bay? Reform's biggest ever winner joins me next. I'm Martin Daubney on GB News, Britain's news channel. But now it's time for your weather with Aidan McGibbon.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there. It's increasingly hot out there, and it's going to become even hotter in places during tomorrow. Some patchy cloud around, some isolated showers here and there, but otherwise for the vast majority we've got high pressure in charge, and that's been directing the heat northwards during the day, so it's widespread heat rather than more localised to the south. Temperatures widely in the mid to high 20s, low 30s in places, and it's going to lead on to a very warm night. Always a chance of a shower or thunderstorm across northeast Scotland, northeast England. These will be very isolated. Overall, most places will see a dry and clear night, despite the clear skies. Temperatures in places holding up at 20 or 21 Celsius. So an uncomfortable night for sleeping and a very warm start to the weekend. We've got widespread sunny skies in the east, thicker cloud coming into the west and southwest. Always a chance of a few showers from this cloud, but these again will be very hit and miss, and they'll move generally north and northeastwards through the morning. Northern Ireland, a mix of cloud and sunny spells, not quite as warm here. We're already seeing a change coming into Northern Ireland and western Scotland, but we keep the warmth elsewhere across the UK. And as we go into the afternoon, those temperatures rising very quickly. We're talking about widely across central and eastern parts of the country, high 20s, and in some spots as high as 33, 34 Celsius. The hot spot somewhere from London up towards Yorkshire. But all that heat energy, there's a risk as fresher air comes in to the west, not quite as hot in the west, that we'll see some very lively thunderstorms later on Saturday. And the main risk area, although many places could be affected by a thunderstorm, the main risk area is North Wales, North Midlands, Northern England. We're talking about large hail, torrential rain, frequent lightning, gusty winds. They sweep through, and then fresher conditions arrive later in the weekend and into the start of next week.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. Essential roadworks on the A77 at Ballantrae are restricting traffic in both directions, causing extended travel times. The A55 westbound in Wales is under a contraflow system due to a tunnel closure, leading to significant delays. A collision on the A50 eastbound in Staffordshire results in congestion. In Warwickshire, M40 delays persist due to lane closures. And in Surrey, 2 lanes are closed on the M3 westbound. And on the trains, East Midlands railway services face major delays between Nottingham and Derby. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Imagine having an extra £1,000 to spend each week for an entire year. £54,321 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to spend however you like. £54,321 in cash could be landing in your bank account this year. For another chance to win £54,321 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Very good afternoon to you. It's 4 p.m. and welcome to the Martin Daubney Show on GB News. We're broadcasting for you live from the heart of Westminster and all across the UK.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
History is made as MPs vote to pass the assisted dying bill that will allow terminally ill adults with 6 months or less to live to get medical assistance to end their own lives. Throughout the show today, we'll get reaction to this dramatic moment in this nation's history. And Nigel Farage is calling for protesters from Palestine Action who broke into RAF Bryce Norton and damaged RAF jets to be classified as terrorists. Is it time to clamp down on these renter thugs and jail all protesters who break into British military compounds? And Reformers won a by-election in North Yorkshire by its biggest ever winning margin. Tom Seston, a first-time candidate, won a whopping 62.7% of the vote, more than all of the other parties combined. He'll join me on today's show to tell me how he swept the Labour Party into the Scarborough Bay. And Angela Rayner is planning a bloodbath council tax raid on London and the South East to help fund deprived areas in the north. Now, the Deputy PM claims this is progressive, but with the top 10% of British earners already paying over 60% of all taxes, is this yet another socialist wealth tax? And that's all coming up in your next hour. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have your company. I'm joined in the studio by Matt Vickers, Conservative MP, who's just taken part in that historic vote in Parliament, whereby the tiniest of margins, 23 votes, it will now become law to allow assisted death in the United Kingdom. Where do you stand on this? I'd love to get your thoughts, because a lot of people say this is progressive. It's the way to give dignity in death. It's the right thing to do to end suffering and pain. Others say this is Parliament, it is man, it is Britain playing God. Do we have the right to do that, especially when there are so many concerns? What about these idiots breaking into an RAF base and damaging jets? And by the way, one of the royal jets was there. How did they get in? How can this be allowed to happen? And is it time to throw the book at these absolute clowns? Get in touch, gbnews.com/your say is the way to do that. But before we kick off, it's time for your headlines. Here's Sam Francis.
Martin, thank you, and a very good afternoon to you. Just after 4 o'clock. Well, history made today. That is how campaigners are reacting as MPs have narrowly backed a landmark assisted dying law for England and Wales. The bill allowing terminally ill adults to end their lives with medical sign-off passed the Commons by just 23 votes.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
And after that vote, cheers, tears and hugs filled Westminster. Supporters called it a victory for compassion.
We won!
One MP described the current law as forcing people to die in secret or die abroad. But critics are warning it's a dangerous step, rushed through, they say, without proper safeguards and driven by emotion over evidence. The bill now heads to the Lords, with any change unlikely until around 2029. Turning overseas, and UK staff have been pulled out of Iran as the security situation in the region is worsening day by day. The British Embassy is now operating remotely, with the government calling it a precautionary measure at this stage. It follows Israeli strikes on Iranian military sites and Iran's missile retaliation last week. The Foreign Secretary David Lammy is in Geneva today, urging diplomacy in high-stakes nuclear talks. Meanwhile, Britain and its allies have vowed to crack down on Russia's shadow fleet in the Baltic and North Seas. A joint warning says ships without valid flags will face action under international law. Leaders say they're tightening the net, promising stronger, united efforts to expose and block covert Russian shipping. It comes on the same day that Russia and Ukraine have swapped yet more prisoners of war, with Moscow so far silent on the numbers. Russia claims its freed soldiers are now in Belarus. Here at home, a major security review is now underway after pro-Palestinian activists broke into RAF Brize Norton and sprayed red paint over 2 military planes. Footage shows them riding electric scooters inside the base and targeting an aircraft's engine. The Prime Minister has since called the act disgraceful. Well, our Home and Security editor Mark White is outside the Ministry of Defence for us with the very latest.
Palestine Action say the reason they breached security at Brize Norton and damaged the aircraft is because they claim those aircraft were being used in support of the Israeli military, something officials here at the MOD have said is absolute nonsense. Now, these engines are going to have to be stripped and cleaned out. It's likely to be a costly exercise, and there's also a review of how security was breached in such a way that these activists were able to get airside and cause such damage in the first place.
Just an update on news coming to us out of London this hour, that 7 men have reportedly been arrested. That's after 2 people were injured during a protest outside the Iranian embassy in the west of the city. Police called to the area just before 10 o'clock this morning following reports of a violent altercation. 2 men, we understand, were treated at the scene, one taken to hospital, the other to a major trauma centre. Officers are at this stage still at the scene and have imposed protest restrictions in the area until at least Sunday. Footage coming into us showing bloodied and injured men lying in the road. Of course, we can't show you that footage due to the distressing nature of the situation, but that news just into us from London. Meanwhile, R&B star Chris Brown has pleaded not guilty for trying to cause grievous bodily harm after an alleged bottle attack in a London nightclub. He appeared at Southwark Crown Court this morning to enter his plea. The US singer was granted conditional bail last month and allowed to continue his international tour, but only after putting down a £5 million security to guarantee his return to court. That money could, though, be forfeited if he breaches any of his bail conditions. And I'm sure, like many of us, you're feeling the heat. Well, a UK heatwave is peaking. Saturday is set to hit 34 degrees and London has already passed the heatwave threshold. An amber heat health alert remains in force across England, warning of pressure on hospitals and rising health risks. A yellow storm warning, though, is in place from 3 p.m. tomorrow, covering parts of the Midlands, Wales and Northern England. Forecasters are warning of flash floods, hail and lightning as heat and humidity trigger intense thunderstorms. And fire crews have already battled over 500 wildfires this year, up more than 700% on 2024. That's the news on GB News. I'll be back with you in half an hour. Now, though, it's over to Westminster and Martin Daubney.
Thank you, Sam. Now we begin, of course, with the historic news that MPs have voted to approve the assisted dying bill, and that means that terminally ill adults expected to die within 6 months could seek medical assistance to end their lives. Let's remind ourselves of that historic moment when the vote took place in Parliament a short while ago.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291. The ayes have it, and look!
And while many campaigners felt this was a dark day for Britain, this was the moment that some campaigners celebrated the result.
We won!
Well, a day of mixed emotions as history was made, and I'm joined in the studio by GBNews' political correspondent Catherine Forster and also the Conservative MP Matt Vickers, who voted against that bill a short while ago. Catherine, let's start with you. The ultimate division, the ultimate moral conundrum. And today, by the narrowest of margins, 23 votes, significantly smaller margin than maybe we expected, it came to pass.
Yes, and we have just seen history being made because, sure, this bill has got to go to the House of Lords, but it is not the House of Lords' job to radically alter or block it. So it should become law, no matter the state of the NHS or palliative care, in 2029. So this is a huge moment. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than life and death, and I guess comparable, you know, to the legalisation of abortion. But what struck me is, depending on who you speak to, it's like you're hearing about two different bills, because Kim Leadbeater has described this as being the most robust legislation in the world. Her supporters say that it's absolutely safe, that it's long overdue and very necessary to spare terminally ill people suffering at the end of their lives. But on the other hand, you've got other people, the Royal College of Physicians, of pathologists, of psychiatrists, saying that although they may be neutral on the theory of it, that this bill as it stands is simply not safe and unworkable. Ian Duncan Smith said it was actually unworkable. And it sounds like two entirely different pieces of legislation. But the NHS, we know, is under huge pressure. Now, we know that the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, the Justice Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister, a lot of the Labour big beasts are against that, against it. Wes Streeting is now going to have to make it work, and this will have to be funded. Now, Kit Malthouse, who was for it, admitted to me earlier, ultimately, it's going to save the NHS money. And obviously, there's ethical issues about how you feel about that. But in the short term, there will be costs. And I was talking to Robert Jenrick yesterday for GB News. He's extremely worried about elderly people or disabled people taking the option because they feel they're a burden. And as we've seen many times, this diagnosis of less than 6 months to live, it's incredibly difficult. So his grandma was told she had a short space of time to live. She had 9 more years, and it's extremely difficult. But the mood in Parliament, I would say, was fairly sombre. Those people celebrating outside, it didn't really feel like that in Parliament itself.
Matt Vickers, let's bring you in now. You took part in, undeniably, a moment in British history. You voted against this bill. What was your reasonings for doing so?
Well, it was an incredibly sombre day in Parliament today. Before that result was read, there was silence in the chamber. There was silence in the chamber. In fact, the guys in my office thought the sound had gone on the television, because there's usually that much racket, but this was such a big moment. It was a big moment for people who were voting one way because they thought they were doing the right thing, and equally the rest of the room thought they were doing the right thing. As an MP, you've got to hear from people whose family members and friends have had the most horrific deaths, and you've got to put that into context. And then you speak to charity groups, to disabled people who fear that this thing could be extended and morph into something it shouldn't be. There was 300 amendments went down there to try to create more safeguards, everything from greater protections for people with special educational needs, people with mental health problems, people with learning difficulties, people, well, to prevent things like anorexia being something that could eventually leak into this. So I made the decision no MP in there wants to see anybody suffer a long, protracted, painful death. At the same time, everybody in there who votes for that legislation needs to be confident that it puts safeguards in place that will prevent anybody being killed who is not able to make an informed decision on it, who is coerced, who is under pressure, who does it for any reason other than make an informed decision. And that was the challenge there today. There's lots of reasons to think that lots of those questions around safeguarding and checks were not in place. Lots of questions asked. We hope that when it gets to the Lords, there'll be more questions asked and we can tighten this thing up so it's safe.
Tom Tugendhat said MPs are voting on assisted killing. James cleverly made that bill. The NHS is not ready for this bill. It would be like a blank cheque. So on the one hand, there is the argument it could save money, but also could be a huge cost of actually applying this euthanasia. Ian Duncan-Smith, again, as you said it's unworkable and also perhaps unlikely. Political allies Diane Abbott said no doubt people would die unnecessarily under this bill. Jeremy Corbyn also voted